It's not.
Though the biggest upsets were in the winners bracket with Newbie.
Seen so much. I think we all have a huge respect for what EG and Liquid have done this year, and we're pretty like favorites coming into this tournament, I think, for a lot of people. So them falling to the lower bracket in the first round is quite the surprise, in my opinion.
But man, every single game with a Chinese team was a blast to watch. I mean, Merlini, the game, just the coordination of Newbie and Invictus Gaming was really lovely to see.
They were definitely a pleasure to watch.
Yeah.
That Stone Remnant play, even though I don't think it changed the game that much, that was amazing. Had all of us screaming.
Fogged really lost his mind during the cast. He's like, what happened? I don't even think he was speaking coherently at that point. And I do want to. What'd you say?
For a good reason, yeah. It was just insane. It was a really crucial moment. I felt like where everything could have just fallen apart for them.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I kind of feel like that may have been the play of the day in day one. Were there any notable other big moments that you recall?
I think that Empire played like very well yesterday compared to how they played before. I think before they played as not like they didn't really play as a team. They played with Resolution by himself and the other four at one part of the map, and Resolution even said that himself that like that is how they used to play. I think that yesterday they really made the switch to be able to bring him into the team, and they played around the void. They used him good. And that really showed in the game as well. He was very dominant the whole game. I
think he was like 12-0 and 18 or something on Void.
Yeah.
Just never died and just totally destroyed the game.
I think you were saying that nonstop backs like he hasn't died yet.
Yeah.
He hasn't died yet.
He was crushing it. And they had Doom and all these things to worry about, and he just bought a Lincoln Sphere first item and took off from there.
And I gotta say, one of the big stars from yesterday, XXS. Oh my God, XXS got so many people, so many fantasy points in their betting pool. I mean, his Earthshaker game was unbelievable to watch.
Not to mention Q. Q had that was probably the second most memorable play for me, when he was sitting behind Burning and had that big static storm that completely turned it around and won it against Liquid. So everyone from IG stood out yesterday.
And you know, for any of you who did not get the chance to watch some of the games yesterday, we have a little recap ready for you to help get you caught up for day 2. Let's take a look. The date is August 7th, 2017, which marks day 1 of the main event of the International 7. This year, 16 teams still remain to fight for their share of the nearly $24 million prize pool. $10 million goes to the winner, and of course, they get to call themselves this year's world champion. Game 1 is underway.
The Quills are stacking up, but Bobosa continues to rampage through Liquid. Mind control in, mind control dead, no solutions. Invictus Gaming absolutely slaughtering Liquid, and top 6 is theirs.
Newbie and EG are two names in Dota that have stood the test of time. It's time to see who will come out on top.
EG, they're knocking on the doorstep of Newbie, pushing down the mid lane.
Do they actually have the damage to finish him off? Zai comes in with the epicenter.
He found him! Oh, he saves him! Oh my God!
It keeps KP alive! Beautiful play from Kaka! He managed to save him this! The second of Black Hole, but the universe is down! They've lost 2! Sonic Wave flies through from SCCC! EG are all dead!
We are done with the upper bracket matches for today. Now we begin the best of 1 eliminations. It cannot be understated the crippling pressure of being a game away from elimination.
The epicenter damage is nice, but then the Clockwork Cogs, it traps all of Execration on the same position. They cannot get away. Too much damage, and the stolen epicenter from Yapzor. They've lost 4, they've lost 5, and they can be brutally, savagely wrecked out of the International. Team Secret have done it. Cloud9 are falling like flies inside their own bait. VODs not trapped inside the wall, but the Chronosphere is perfect. Team Empire have taken out Cloud9 in round 1 of the lower bracket. but he's just beating into no-tail. The shallow grave is too much, and Benjaz trapped in an icy grave. Chaos Knight will survive.
OG is finally able to take one step forward at the TI main event.
And now is all the DC damage. Digital Chaos will advance, and IGV, the only Chinese team in the lower bracket, are now out of the International.
It's so painful that 4 teams have to get eliminated in these best-of-1s on day 1. With that said, there are now 12 teams remaining here still at TI7. And now with the 12 teams remaining, we get the chance to look at the matches to come. And as we've been saying, every single one is super exciting for pretty much Eastern and Western fans, whole world. We got LGD Forever Young versus TNC going to be our first match of the day. LGD Gaming versus Virtus Pro, the second in winners. And these are the games I'm most excited to watch just because of the sheer performance in group stages.
LFY performed super well during the group stage, but for me what's stood out was that Super has been playing DK and DP and Medusa the most, and he actually has like, I don't know, 7-1 something, 8-1 on DK during the group stage, maybe it was 6-1. He's been winning a lot of games with that, and it's also his most played hero in professional games, and that's not like normal for a
I think LFY has a ton of experience with that hero and that kind of group mentality of playing together. I've seen Super on the Dragon Knight, he's almost lost his lane almost every single game, and in the games where he does win his lane, the game's over in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think LFY were the ones that were the scariest in terms of early pushing compositions, taking down 3-4 towers almost immediately at the start of the game.
They got a system. It's working out. They're doing well. It's what you want to have when you come to TI.
Some people aren't completely sold on them because they didn't come into TI very hot, but they did end up on top of the group stage. Some people say maybe just other teams weren't prepared for them. They weren't looking for them. Do you guys think they are?
I'm very sold on LFY. Watching them play, they had a matchup against OG where they didn't even have to win. They were already guaranteed first seed in the groups. They got to choose their opponents, and OG had to win to survive, and LFY destroyed them in like 10 minutes.
They also destroyed VP in 15 minutes.
It was unbelievable. They're my favorites.
I don't know. I haven't looked at the average times, but I think that they had some of the consistently shortest matches in group stages, some of the most dominant performances, even diving deep into tier 2s with tier 1 towers up to get pickoffs and then pulling all the way back and executing.
That's probably coming from that they pick DK and DP because they're very good heroes to take towers with, so they can set the pace early on in the game.
And especially if you look at the mids that have been getting banned, I mean, most notably Puck, it doesn't even seem like there's a consideration for them in any of their games.
They got to super plays as heroes. That's like every team has some players that only play a certain amount of heroes, and that's all they need. They need 3 to 4 to 5 heroes, and that can last them the entire tournament.
That is also a problem for them now, maybe, that the teams that have been watching them play during the group stage, they're going to know that he's a beast on the DK. They're going to ban the DK or be prepared to face the DK. So it can be like a bit scary to show that much in the early game. Not the early game, but in the early part of the tournament.
Let's talk a little bit about LGD and Virtus Pro. Of course, LFY, a division of LGD Gaming. That stands for LGD Forever Young. And I feel like LFY has sort of overshadowed LGD in terms of a lot of people's commentary and analysis. What are your thoughts going into the LGD versus Virtus Pro match?
Both the teams started off really hot in the group stages, and then we were like, oh my gosh, both LGDs are on top of their groups. What's going on? And then LGD started to lose some games where LFY continued to impress. But up against Virtus Pro, Virtus Pro's been this really hot team. They've been one of my favorites at both of the majors throughout the year, and they just always come up short, whether it's that single elimination format that's not working for them or maybe just a little bit of overconfidence. They're not afraid to, Lil's not afraid of the trash talk a little bit, which is nice.
Especially in the chat wheels during all the games.
Yeah, he's kind of a clowny player. It's hard to beat Baboka, though. Baboka's mastered the chat wheel game, I think.
Oh, God, yes. Top tier chat wheel, no doubt. Virtus Pro, though, had a really interesting experience going through the group stages because a lot of the teams that were at the top, I'll take Evil Geniuses, for example, it's pretty straightforward. They drew or went 2-0 in their games. I don't even think they went 0-2 against anyone, but if you looked at Virtus Pro, they started off bad. They were looking really rough after day 1 and then just won their way back up to being, I think, third in their group, second in their group.
I think it was a nice wake-up call for them. They came into this tournament, in my opinion, as one of the top teams and having a day one where you go, you know, 3 and like, what do they go, like 2 and 3 or 3 and 3, and after day 2, I think they were 5 and 5. Or I'm sorry, that's not right, but their score was even, which is not where they want it to be. I don't know. It was disappointing for them, but they turned it up in the final 2 days of the group stage.
Absolutely. Now, I do want to talk about the fact that we have 2 elimination matches today. They're not best of ones. A lot of the teams have been talking about how stressful that is, how much they don't like that pressure. It's going to be best of 3s. It's going to be Team Liquid versus Secret and Evil Geniuses versus Team Empire. And every one of these teams is a legend. Which is a matchup you're excited for?
We're going to get the Kuroki versus Puppy matchup, Liquid versus Secret. That's going to be hype. I think they both like super much want to win, and obviously it's the lower bracket, so they're going to know that they're going to be out if they lose. So I think both of them will be really like disappointed.
I think there's some beef there too.
Yeah.
Little Puppy Kuro beef. Make this game a little more exciting for everybody. They used to be ex-teammates. For those who don't know, and now they've gone their separate ways and they're captaining their own separate teams.
Oh, that is a great point.
Yeah.
Who will be the better captain, PPD?
I would guess Liquid, but I also thought Liquid was going to win yesterday, so maybe I'm not the best person to make this decision.
Maybe there's the PPD curse. Maybe you've suddenly spoiled their chances of winning.
Well, then, you know, I guess we're cheering for Liquid then.
Great power inside of you. Now, with all of us getting excited about the matches up here, we also have the brilliant cosplayers and hosts, Casey and Sir Action Slacks. Guys, how are things going?
Oh, man, things are beautiful. It's another gorgeous Seattle day. We got the Space Needle. We got it all. I mean, Seattle's the best, right?
Yes, but the Space Needle, we're so much more than the Space Needle, Jake.
No, I think that's about it.
Okay. Well, then forget what I was about to say, which was welcome to our fair city.
Oh,
we were so excited to have you here. We made you come early by a few weeks, and I said, you know what? Why don't you let me take you on a tour of some of the lesser-known areas of Seattle? All right. Don't know that I've ever driven a minivan before. And just because I'm pregnant doesn't mean I'm going to get one.
Sure, sure. That's what they all say.
I hear you like to do tours where you go.
Hell yeah. I'm a tourist through and through.
So have you ever heard of something called Ride the Ducks?
I have been dreaming of the duck for years. Yes. It's going to be hype.
This is my way of saying welcome to Seattle. Would you like a ticket?
Yes.
Wait for me. Hey, we survived.
We did the duck. That was great.
What did you think of our fair city?
There's some water. There's some buildings. It's beautiful.
You know what? We need to show you more stuff.
Okay, more stuff.
Where are we parked? All right, who's ready for some dicks?
Woo!
Big bag of dicks.
Wow, that is huge.
You're eating a patty.
I'm eating 3.
You're ruining the memory. Can I show you a troll?
A mythical creature?
No, the people who are your friends in Dota.
Yes, bring me to the trolls. There's 2 ways to win a Dota game. You destroy the enemy ancient or you destroy the enemy mentally. Can't do that by being a nice guy.
No more Mr. Nice Guy right here. Although I got trolled after being too mean to you last year.
That's because you weren't trolling. That's because you were being an asshole. Oh, this is getting creepy.
See, he's like not super scary.
He is a little scary. A car is ramming into his face and he's crushing everyone inside to death.
But at least it's not our car.
That's what they get for driving a bug. Damn hipsters.
Oh, bugs are cute. They're cute little cars.
Okay. Next thing.
Oh, wow, okay.
This thing is actually...
If you ever catch me driving a minivan in real life, punch me in the face.
Where are we going now? The fish place?
Yeah.
Boom. Boom. Yeah, yeah. There you go.
To the gum wall. This seems like a good spot.
Yeah! I'll be right next to you. Wonderful. It smells like me. Hey, ladies, how you doing? What? Yeah, girl! you, ladies.
Well, that's Seattle, my friend. What do you think?
Oh, that is beautiful. We saw a lot. We went on the ocean. We caught the fishes. We ate the gum. This is a pretty good city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you hyped?
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah.
Oh. Still smells like fish. Did you seriously put your tongue on the wall?
Not on the wall, just on the gum.
That's even worse.
I mean, they're outside. They're cleaned off.
Who cleans off the gum?
The air, Casey.
Slacks, I have some follow-up questions. First of all, did you really think licking the used gum would make the ladies excited to see you? Is that what you thought was going to happen?
I don't think I'm allowed to answer that here at TI, but you told me it was tradition, all right?
To lick the gum?
Yes, and I thought I was honoring your fair city, but I've licked worse. It's not a big deal.
I definitely don't know where to go
ladies.
with that, if you know what I mean. What did you think of the city? You've been all over the world, so how does Seattle
I have.
rate?
Seattle actually measures up pretty good. I like the overcast. I love the beautiful everything, the kind of hipster tech culture. It's pretty sweet. No better place to hold the International, in my opinion.
Well, it was our pleasure to show you around. You did a great job.
Hey, thank you.
You ate some dicks. You licked some gum.
Yeah, and I got myself licked a fish, too. So, I mean, overall, it was a pretty standard Friday night, actually. All right,
Great.
thanks.
Standard Friday night. So we have some conversations to have, but we're going to send it back to you guys.
Well, I got to know, Slacks, tell me, how many attempts did it take for you to catch the fish?
One.
Zero. It took zero attempts.
It appeared on my head.
It was all CGI.
One attempt. No CGI.
Zero. Slacks math. What is that?
I'm North American. I don't know.
Slacks needs to be disinfected and boiled. That was gross. That was just awesome. Did anyone else here love when Slacks licked the gum? Thank you, audience. There it is. Yes, there.
See you after the show.
Took a moment. They're like, do we clap? Is it okay to clap for this? I don't.
Thank you.
Oh, if you haven't gotten the chance to come to Seattle, it is a lovely city, and you have to ride the ducks. Have you ridden the ducks yet?
Nope. I have not ridden the ducks.
I was set onto a duck, and I did not know that it was going to go into the water. So, which
surprise.
Yeah, and I feel like that's actually the whole point and the reason it's called a duck, but I missed out on all the references. So all of a sudden we were just barreling towards the water, and I freaked right the hell out.
I've seen the gum wall. That thing's like every germaphobe's worst nightmare.
Yeah, that is horrifying.
Especially if you lick on the gums.
I cannot believe you did that.
I don't know.
I'm sure it's not that bad.
That is how the native Slacks explores his environment. He licks everything. He gets a sense of the textures and the flavors. It's a way for him to ground himself. So now that we're back, here to talk about a little bit of Dota, the teams are getting themselves set up. I want to start beginning to talk about LFY versus TNC. This is a matchup that I am so excited to watch because of LFY's performance in the group stage.
What about TNC?
TNC is
1437, the Western captain, going across the ocean, captaining the C team to not only qualifying for TI, but now the upper bracket.
Tell me about TNC, because they barely made it into the top.
I talked to Thiemann actually before he joined TNC. This was when we were at the Kiev major. And he was telling me, I have a plan, and it's either going to go really, really well or really, really poorly. And I had no idea where he was going to go. And then a few days later, it was announced that he was joining TNC.
Are you talking about 1437 or Demon?
1437.
Okay, you said Demon.
Oh, sorry.
I was confused. Demon was last year.
Sorry, I think I said Thiemann, and then
you may have lied to us.
Well, it was 1437 talked about how he was going to do this crazy thing. I was like, oh my god, I didn't really want to ask him, because if he wanted to tell me, he would have told me. And then,
of course,
like a couple weeks after, he went to China with them, and they got second place, only losing to Liquid. So I was like, wow, this is pretty good. And he actually, that team actually just needed a captain like him.
They've been playing together. They're 3 cores since last year, right? Raven, Cuckoo, and Sam H.
Yep.
So it just seems like, as you said, they needed a captain and
brief stint on Fnatic this year that didn't work out.
Oh, yeah.
And they decided to bring it back on TNC. Mm-hmm. It's kind of funny how you, like, 2 years in a row a Western player goes over there and captains TNC, and they brought out some really great, surprising results.
It could be that they just lack the captainship there in maybe that team.
That's what who was talking about that yesterday? The Execration team. He said or Abed even. He was talking about how they just take things a little less seriously there than Western teams and than China teams as well. And having that Western leadership or a different style has really brought them all together.
Yeah, I remember hearing sort of the same analysis when Demon joined the team, that they just needed someone to have a little bit more captainship of the team. And watching them at that TI was such a blast because, I mean, as you saw in these matches, a lot of the teams when they won, it was sort of a, okay, let's just stay focused. But I mean, TNC lost their minds like every single win. Like every single win that year looked as though they had just won the main event entirely.
That's the beauty of the underdog, right?
Yeah,
They never expect to win, so when they do, they get ultra excited. The teams that are the favorites and the teams that are the favorites to win this tournament, every time they play a game, they play like a little scared, like, ugh, hope I don't lose.
Yeah. Dude, talk to me about that sort of fire that comes in when you're the underdog, about that feeling. I mean, is it a sense of comfort? Is it a sense of motivation? Because I
don't know if I can speak about that.
I've never been there before.
It's been a while since I've been an underdog.
Which is kind of, it's sad in a way because it's just a feeling that actually brought us to competing and like wanting to go to TI to win games. And like after we won TI3, going into TI4, it was exactly the same feeling. Like we just didn't want to lose. And if we won, it was like, okay, we should have won this game. And it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, I think the last time I was an underdog was in 2014 at the Summit when we played up against DK in the grand finals, which we were happy to even be in the finals at that point, and we were content with our performance, and we just wanted to prove ourselves and do our best, and we actually ended up winning, and it made that victory feel so much better.
And getting to like see these feelings from TNC and the other teams that have had these feelings here now, it's just amazing, and that is what's it's fun to watch as well. It's not fun to watch a team as, we just won a game, right? But
we were supposed to win.
Fly talked about that a bit yesterday in his player interview. He was talking about how it's really, it's very mental. It's, being able to motivate yourself even when you're on the top, and how it's, it's all up here.
In terms of that type of momentum, it's LFY versus TNC. Do you think TNC still views themselves as the underdog? Do you think there's more pressure they're putting on themselves now that they're getting consistent results?
I don't think so. I think that being in the upper bracket, there's that little bit of ease where, you do have a second chance tomorrow in the lower bracket. But I don't think they consider themselves a favorite. I don't think they consider themselves an underdog. They're probably pretty confident going into this matchup, and I expect it to be decently close, but still leaning towards LFY. I think they're just super impressive.
Group stages are a lot different, though, than the BO3s, because you have the preparation involved that you can prepare. Like we saw DC versus IG Vitality. DC made quick work, and I think a lot of it, like Bob was really good at preparing, I think, for like one certain team, whereas
OG as well. They looked very prepared for their draft.
Whereas the group stage is a little bit, just a lot more chaos.
Yeah, I don't think there's an esport in the world that doesn't have that quality, where if you're playing a lot of matches in a row, it's a lot about fundamentals. It's a lot about what you've automated through your practice.
The group stage is mostly about focusing on yourself and making sure that you're playing a solid enough game to, get a good scoring going into the main stage. But main stage, you really get to pick apart your opponent and find out their weaknesses and try to exploit those.
And, we've gotten the chance to see LFY perform extremely well in the group stages, and to get even more insight into LFY, we're going to go ahead and head over to Jack's corner. The corner where we get to envy Jack's tailored international suit. Oh, I want that so badly.
I was looking at this. Have you seen this? It's the Aegis tie-pin as well.
No.
Yeah, I mean, no tie, so you're slacking a bit, Jack, but step in the right direction. I love it. I'm very envious, and I'm your host, Machine, to hopefully pick this brain just a little bit, get some insight into that Chinese scene. And I think the first question, as basic as it may seem, is just, was this expected from your perspective, from the scene's perspective, LFY's 13-0 run into the group stage?
Not by most. Even on the Chinese panel, like Lanham and some of the other players here panelists didn't really expect them to do that well. Then again, it depends on who you ask, because if you ask newbie for the last month or two, you ask them who's been the strongest team they've practiced against in China, LFY comes to the top of their list. So I think, they surpassed some expectations. We'll see if they can continue. TNC is known kind of as a China Slayer in Chinese football, so we'll see if they can get past that.
I mean, that's kind of good in one way that it wasn't just one side underestimating them, it was just across the board underestimating LFY and their potential. Currently, about to be doing battle versus TNC, but more of some kind of the fun insight that we wouldn't otherwise get now, Jack, because you were telling me, albeit briefly, that there is a lot of nicknames in China. Now, this is not just a nickname as in Machine, which I made when I was 11, and it shames me every day, but more of it's like a badge of honor.
Yeah, you have an ID, and then, of course, the people give you a nickname. And LFY has a lot of them. I guess we'll start with DDC, the captain. He's one of 3 players to have been to every single TI as a player, I think, along with Kuroki and Puppy.
Yeah.
And so his nickname has become basically tickets, because he always seems to get tickets to whatever event. He's been to every single Valve event, also except the Kiev Major. And I think most of them have been through qualifiers as well, so he always punches tickets.
He's called Tickets.
Yeah. Then we have Inflame. So Inflame is known as either the Little Emperor or the Little Boss. The Little Boss is the one I've been hearing more recently, or just the boss, because he is dating his boss, Ruru of LGD, also known as the Empress in China. So he's known as the boss. Everybody just kind of calls him the boss.
The boss? Yeah. By dating his boss?
Basically. Or it's also
gossip kind of like, in the corner. This is a little gossip corner now.
Keep our distance from him. You know, he's the boss. We got to make sure he stays happy.
Okay.
And then Super has been known for a couple of years by basically his friends and people who know him as the Bun, because they think that his cheeks resemble kind of steamed buns a little bit.
This is amazing! So sorry, to clarify, he's called the Bun.
Yeah.
There are worse nicknames out there, but there are better ones too.
But possibly the best and worst one at the same time goes to Monet. Because Monet in Chinese, the way they've said it is mo nai te, which in Chinese means something grabby. Basically.
Where are we going, Jack? Where are you taking this?
Basically to cop a feel upstairs. So that's.
That was so beautifully put. That's like when your dad's giving you the birds and the bees.
Yeah, he's also the youngest player on the team, so.
So Monet, and because I'm already on thin ice, just to clarify, his nickname is kind of copying a feel.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've learned enough. Sean, you've got a beautiful smile on your face. Do you feel like you've learned a lot today?
We're going to head over to Jack's Corner to get some insight into LFY. Hey,
that counts.
You know what the fans call him? They call him the Bun.
The Bun!
There was a little bit at the beginning.
And he just kept going. You know what they call him, Little Boss? I was like, why, Jack? I want to know the reason why, because he's dating his boss. Just what a corner.
Dude.
One of the best corners of the entire event.
We'll be back.
Well, we're going to just emphasize that LFY is really good at Dota. And I gotta say, we've been talking about the Chinese players' Dota games. I think the memes out of China might be the best in the entire world.
Can we go back to the corner real quick? Or is Jack? Oh,
he's gone. No,
Jack's leaving. Oh my gosh. When is the next China versus China game?
I know. I can't wait. I mean, we're gonna have Invictus versus Newbie in the winners bracket at some point. Not today, but we need Jack back.
LGD VP.
LGD VP.
Yeah.
Jack's Corner's coming back next series.
Oh, Jack, yes, give us some insight. We need to get some of the Polish crew out here to give us the insight into VP now.
I don't know. I think the Chinese meme game is just on another level.
It's powerful. It really is.
It really is kind of depressing over here in the West.
Yeah.
Maybe we should start to like copy it and make nicknames for each other, like new ones.
Yeah, like PJ
Spice it up a bit.
Get real creative.
Yeah. I mean, are there any good nicknames in the West?
Officer Merlini.
That's an old one. That's from TI3.
Oh.
Oh, do you know about the story? No. Oh.
No.
Do we have time?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh.
Let me check. Yeah, hell yeah, we have time, Merlini. Tell us why you're Officer Merlini.
Okay, so Puppy and myself had a little scuffle back in the old days. Probably 2013.
Scuffle. That's such a mild term.
He used to be my captain. We used to play on the same team, and then I stopped playing for a bit, and then he went on to be on a very successful team with Na'Vi. However, there was this one incident. I used to do a series called Merlini's Mailbag, and people would mail me questions about whatever.
Like physically mail you?
No, email.
Okay.
Email. Come on.
Right. Okay.
They would email me questions about things that they thought were interesting. I would sift through maybe 25 to 30 a week. And there was one particularly interesting one. It's like, oh, there was a series in between Na'Vi and I forget the other team. And there was this particular moment in the game where... Oh, interrupted by the horn. Okay, I'll try and finish. Come on. So there was a particular moment in the game where Puppy had paused the game and then the outcome of the fight had changed what I thought was just completely changed.
Like the puppy pause.
The puppy pause. It was infamous puppy pause. And there was like a Nyx that was invis, and he knew that he was invis, so he kept pinging on them, except Havos wasn't responding. So then everything just changed. There was like a blink, there was like a force stab, there was a lasso, there was just like a sentry ward popped down all in a matter of a second. And then he claimed that Havos had mouse issues, and I claimed that they had kind of seen what was going on and kind of altered their play a little bit. So.
And he, like a true officer.
And then when he Skype messaged me, he was like, you know, I would never do something like that. And then I'm like, dude, I'm just calling out what I see. Like, I know you as a person, but.
And how did officer emerge out of that?
I don't know. That was
Puppy broke the law, the DOTA law.
There it is. Officer Merlini will be in charge. We shall not step out of line. The horn has sounded. We now know that our very first best of 3 is about to get underway. Let's introduce our first team, LFY. LFY, a team who previously may have been overshadowed by its parent LGD, but here is coming out as the #1 in group stages. 14-2, only shedding a handful of matches. Going up against them is a team that has recently had some roster changes and is back in winners. It is TNC. Of course, TNC made an extraordinary run in the lower bracket of last TI, just winning game after game against heavy favorites. And here they are in the winner's bracket going up against LFY. They were in the same group during group stages, so it will be interesting to see how they match up and if 1437 can manage to help swing favor to their side. Getting a chance to catch up with him, we got Casey.
The last time you were at TI as a player was TI4, but you've been to several as a coach. So how does it feel kind of coming into TI7 knowing that you're back to playing on the main stage?
It's really surprising because just a couple months ago, I thought that I wouldn't even attempt to play at TI. And just to have this opportunity is a true blessing.
I have to ask about what's happened in the last year or so. What brought you to an SCA team as opposed to going back to a Western team? We've had a lot of changes with you since the beginning of the year.
Yeah, I was playing on team Cloud9 or NP from the start of the year. We were all like dedicated to playing together throughout the entire year and competing at TI7 together. But there were some changes that happened there, and I was left without a team. And all of a sudden, TNC approached me.
As far as being a coach versus playing, I mean, your resume is incredible. Not a lot of people can say that they've done both or that they've gone to coaching and come back to play. And you've done that. You coached Team Secret in 2015. You left coaching to play again. You went back to Team Secret as a coach. And then, as you mentioned, you formed Team NP, which is now Cloud9. What are the things that you love about coaching versus playing? And what are the things that you missed about playing that brought you back?
When you're coaching, you are like this outside point of view. You can really see the bigger picture. You can see more strategies, perhaps, because there's less emotions and there's less stress about like your own performance involved. So when I was coaching, I was learning faster, and I was able to teach. In that sense, my DOTA knowledge improved at a much faster rate when I was coaching. But playing is like, it's very thrilling. You feel much different. There's a lot more pressure involved, and sometimes that can be really fun.
Do you think coaching made you a better player?
For sure, without a doubt.
We touched on it, but I want to go back to what happened. I mean, you were part of the group that formed NP, which is now Cloud9. So that means you were really part of it from the ground up. So when you're able to kind of get in on that way, to then have to leave the team or decide to leave the team or be forced to leave the team is really, really tough.
Yeah.
So what did you go through when that happened?
It was a really tough time because we had just finished a tournament. It was a DAC. We were doing well in the groups, and then there was some things that went wrong, and then we ended up still last place. And then all of a sudden, we had a meeting, and they're like, oh yeah, you two are removed from the team. And it wasn't really any good explanations or anything like that. It was just like, okay, you're just out. And for me, it was a shock because I don't like to give up with my teammates or anything like that. I always want to figure out how to make it work, because I think it's important. Over time, you will create a lot of strategies. And at TI, the most important thing is that your experience throughout the year that you're going to bring to the event. So after that, I really wasn't sure what I was going to do from there. It was a very tough time for sure.
What if you were to face like it comes down to the wire? It's you versus Cloud9.
Okay.
How do you hone in, like, because that's got to bring up a little bit of emotional competitiveness.
Yeah, it will. But at the same time, I also understand them in some ways too, because they have like 3 players that I played with, and one of them I've even coached, so I understand a little bit about them, whereas for my team, they would only understand how I am. So maybe I have a little bit of advantage there, at least there. But yeah, it'll definitely be an emotional thing to get over, but we're professionals, so we really need to just understand that and just move on.
And will TNC get that opportunity here in this winner's match, best of 3? 1437 making the big career move to help support TNC. And on the other side, we have from LFY, Casey got the chance to catch up with the captain in Flame.
First question is a very simple one. How did you come to join LFY?
老干爹的经理找到了我，然后当时他们队少3后卫，然后刚好我那段时间想进一步的提升自己吧，就来了。
You and Afu came on board in May. How do you think that transformed the team the way that it needed to be heading into Epicenter?
我觉得，加上我们2个的话，会就我们几个人的性格啊、游戏打法、对游戏的理解，然后都会比较的相对的协调吧。就大家都会游戏风格比较类似，然后沟通起来很顺畅。我们平常的交流啊，然后感觉在一起比较放松吧，就大家就很简单的、自然的就打得会比之前大家各在各的队伍打得会好很多。
Were there any big takeaways from Epicenter that might help you as you look ahead to TI as far as the biggest differences in style between Chinese Dota and Western Dota, if any changes?
就感觉我们的阵容啊搭配比较单一吧，然后我们会吸取每个队的打法风格啊，然后再加上我们个人的选手的习惯啊，会有更多的打法和应对不同的队伍的风格吧。
Are there other teams here that you're most looking forward to going up against, or any other teams that you have your eye on?
我们在 TI 期应该是最想战胜 Liquid 的吧，因为我们之前训练和比赛对他们的胜率其实是比较低的，我比较想战胜他们。
How would that feel to beat them on the TI stage?
应该算是一个比较惊喜的事情吧，因为我们其实算输给他们挺多次了，就不算比赛在训练啊。就我们队是一个比较少争执的队伍，但是可能每次因为跟他们训练，我们都会有很多的争执。
You did an interview with Cybersport, and you said that your team plays easily together. Why do you think that is, and why do you think that's been so important in your success?
我待过很多的战队，在 LFY 的话是，我们大家都会比较的就能沟通吧，就大家如果有谁犯了错啊，我们会一起讨论啊，怎么样？然后我们大家都会比较虚心的接受队友的建议啊，然后我们大家一起进步，就会不会让气氛很尴尬的那种，就是大家觉得一个人很厉害，然后都要听他的。
So someone told me that you changed your name in honor of the name of an upcoming book of a Chinese martial arts series. I'm curious about that and whether you draw inspiration from the entertainment, anime, comics world at all.
我觉得会的吧，就一个人性格总是会有很多的 就周围你根据你的经历啊，会影响挺多事情的。就比如我之前我在eHome的时候就比较单纯的，然后比较激进的吧，算是性格比较就单纯的就想打DOTA赢啊，就很简单。现在会不给自己太多的压力啊，不想影响自己，然后感觉现在是比较沉稳吧。
Interesting interviews from both of the players, especially like how Inflame talks about trying to improve his mentality as time is going on. Of course, 1437, trying to cope with all the shifts.
That was an impressive interview. I don't know how you guys felt about that, but he seems like a really, really bright kid or guy. I don't know how old he is, but
seems very well spoken.
Very very aware of himself and what he's doing here and the opportunities that he has in front of him. Very collected. He's yeah. I like this team more and more.
Yeah, I love when he said we're trying, or that we're able to play easily together, because I feel like big moments in Dota are decided in quarter seconds, half seconds, and the ability for a team to coordinate in that sort of environment is just remarkable, and it's so important to succeed. So let's get ready for game one between LFY and TNC.
LFY versus TNC Pro Team. Game one.
And the least surprising bands of the tournament. We got Nyx and Batrider out for LFY. We got Lich and Earthshaker out for TNC.
Yeah, before we get too far into the draft, I wanted to bring up a little bit about 1437 talked about in his interview. Like, KC was trying to egg him on about the C9 thing, but they've already placed better than C9, and they're still in the winner's bracket.
And he's also had quite an amazing journey. Like these past years, after Tier 2, we actually went to China to play on a team there. And
he's not afraid to take charge and put his fate in his own hands, and it's working out really well for him here.
And that together with having the journey with Secret to coach them, I think he learned a lot, and it's really what TNC needed.
That was an interesting comment that he made, that he felt like he was able to learn at a faster rate as a coach without the pressure of having to play so much.
So, I mean, Bulba talked about that a little bit as well, learning from the time he spent coaching on a couple different rosters. It's, you know, when you don't always have the opportunity to play these major tournaments, but you want to be involved. There's a
problems, or just highlight what's good about
that
something.
That kind of makes sense with them revolving the
Jakiro.
First Jakiro, which is mainstay.
Constant flight mode.
1437 hero, Jakiro. He really loves to play that hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all. I think it works well. It gives, you know,
5 seconds remaining.
Well with Naga sleep.
It's a good setup here.
It gives them, he's one of the supports that gives you some tower push along with Rasta, and sometimes you can see a support Pugna, which will give you an ability to force towers, force your opponents to fight you, which is exactly what you want to do against Night Stalker. Kind of just want to ball up and take these massive team fights.
You were ragging on Carry Naga.
Dire team's turn to ban.
I speak for the trees.
Yeah.
Radiant team ban.
I doubt it. I think they just want to group up, and Naga Siren will buy some mana boots, spam out some illusions, maybe get some solid nets, and just be there ready with the sleep, build a mech. Kiro will probably go for the pipe, and they'll look to end this game decently
10
earlier,
seconds
take enough
remaining.
of advantage to secure a late game win.
Nature's Prophet, second
5
pick
seconds
for LFY.
remaining.
Night Stalker, of course, great at giving vision. Not too impactful in late game team fights. Nature's Prophet kind of has some of the same issues. Great at split pushing, great at summoning. The ants.
Dire team
Prophet
ban.
is it's not a hero that's usually picked in the first two, but here they see that they have Jakiro, and he's not really good
Radiant
at
team's turn to
the
ban.
Giants and catching the Prophet, so it's a good matchup for him today.
Also not good at getting tower dove, too. They definitely have that potential with Night Stalker and Nature's Prophet. And Flame also has one of the strangest hero pools. Elder, Titan, Zeus, Prophet, Doom.
10
These are the
seconds
best heroes
remaining.
in the game. But no one else plays them.
Yeah, I'd be a little careful
5
about saying
seconds
that Nature's
remaining.
Prophet it doesn't scale very well. I think he's one of the better late game heroes. He always finds farm and split push. he can split push all over the place very, very easily, either with his treants, you know, teleporting to a lane and summoning those, or just casting his ultimate on the map can help push out the lanes. He also provides your team a decent amount of vision with all the treants that you can spread them out individually if your micro is good enough, and spread them out throughout the map.
Also just so fun with early game ganks. And LFY did beautiful things with Nature's Prophet.
Dire team's turn to
15,
pick.
20 minutes in group stages. Linchpin heroes there. Linchpin heroes out immediately.
It's very easy for him to port in. It's very easy for him to port in, secure a kill, summon somebody, start pushing a tower, summon treants.
Really push well NS as well, because NS is doing the night as scout, because NS is going to find a kill and then a scout, Prophet, and he's going to find a kill and going to be there to be able to TP in and help him to get the kill.
So we have a Death Prophet and Weaver ban from TNC. I'm not exactly sure what that is telling. Maybe.
Has been playing a lot, and it is very good with Prophet for some more tower push.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they still have the DK, but...
Sand King, okay. Probably their offlane hero, I would imagine, unless they do decide to do some sort of core Naga.
You know, I'm just noticing that as we've been talking about other teams, we spend a lot of time talking about some of the key star players and building around them. But LFY, you know, continuously it's been about how the team is functioning as a whole, as a unit.
Yeah, I think you look at Monet, who's been playing all the different carries, right? He's probably the standout player on the team. Super's one of the least flashy mids in this tournament, but he's been getting the job done consistently.
Afu's been pretty flashy too. He's been consistently really good on the roaming heroes, Shaker or Spirit.
Okay, picking up the Dazzle. I like the Sand King, I think, was kind of set up to lane up against the Nature's Prophet, perhaps. The Caustic Finale will allow Sand King to have a pretty good time in that lane, especially if he buys a poor man shield to start, to help him reduce some of that right-click harass damage that Furion's capable of.
Ooh, Razor.
And a Razor. Wow.
They want to be able to fight because they probably understand that LFY really wants to commit to the push here with both Dazzle now and Prophet. So,
yeah, when are the big strengths for Razor?
He's usually good against a melee carry that the opponents have, because then he needs to go in, but Razor makes him being like kind of want to go out to drop the static.
Like one of the
what's it called?
Static Link. Static Link. One of the key heroes that he's best against is like Lifesteal. Lifesteal rages in, runs in, you just Static Link, and Lifestealer has to run away.
Static Link is the hardest to break ability in the entire game. I don't even think like
it's
Astral Imprisonment
so
breaks it
yeah,
up.
it's like very, very long now.
This is a weird pick for me. I don't really like this early Razor. Without seeing more cores from LFY. I think this, like Terrorblade, for example, Razor has not a lot of AoE damage. He's going to have a really tough time dealing with these illusions, and if he decides to run into the middle of a fight and start linking Terrorblade, he's probably just going to get killed.
Terrorblade is also just an excellent carry for pushing, and Dazzle has just a great synergy with Terrorblade.
Yeah.
Using a Shallow Grave to keep Terrorblade at 1 health so he can use his health exchange ultimate, Sunder.
Absolutely, you're crushing it right now.
I know, you said it yesterday, and I'm repeating it now.
Yeah, now the Razor seems mismatched.
Day 2.
I'm the strongest parrot of all time.
You're learning.
Best parrot NA.
Alright, so we got Medusa ban, that's another superhero gone. Let's see, what does Super have left in his pool?
DK.
Dragon Knight's still in the pool, huh?
I mean, Dragon Knight...
Oh, this is a block pick on Dragon Knight. That's what Razor's doing here.
Yeah. But they can just pick around it, right? I guess
sure.
They banned out 2 of the 3, Death Prophet and Medusa. They don't have to pick DK at all.
Could do the Super Pugna. He also played Omni Knight in a game. I think that would be very unlikely though. Pugna, perhaps.
So I mean, at this point with LFY, we see just a lot of very strong push potential. We see Dazzle there to help enhance the push with the Shallow Grave. Night Stalker, of course, there to get great vision, to get ganks, to set those sort of things up. What is the type of hero that LFY needs? We've talked about some of the specific heroes Super's good on, but what is the team missing?
They're lacking team fight, definitely. Night Stalker, Nature's Prophet, Dazzle, and Terrorblade all provide your team very little to none or to no team fight.
A lot of single target damage, yeah.
Yes, lots of single target damage. TNC's got a bunch of team fight with their first 3 heroes here. So any kind of 5-on-5 clash where they're on equal kind of net worths and experience, I would favor TNC. And they'll be able to set up all these fights too to make sure they always have good fights with the Naga Sleep.
It's just fascinating to watch LFY play because in a lot of their compositions,
There's been a couple times where I wasn't a big fan of LFY's draft, but they just outskilled their opponents
so quickly. It's almost like some of the matchups didn't even matter once you got to the 10-minute mark because they were 5-10K ahead.
Puck, maybe? Yeah. Whew. Haven't seen Super play this hero too much. He's not really his style. Puck's a little flashy for Super, but I'm sure he's capable of it. And I think it's a really great, it's a really great pick here. That silence is going to be super clutch against all 3 of these first heroes, and he struggles a little bit versus Razor in lane, don't you think, Ben?
Yes.
But Super has like almost always lost his lane this tournament, so they'll just I'm sure Afu on the Night Stalker, when he's roaming around, he'll just ignore mid and be like, Super, you got this, man. You'll figure it out.
Do any of Puck's abilities break static link?
Just if you
jaunt out.
If you push yourself away with the whatever it's called. John.
Ethereal Orb in the John.
Ethereal Orb, right.
But Phase Shift does not break.
And last pick, Alchemist. All right. Definitely could farm a lot of the map, and he can be the frontliner for them.
As well. And they have set up with the sleep if they actually want to like fight them to set up into the epicenter from Sankey and Twin.
I think LFY can break the jungle, though. That's important against an Alchemist. They have Night Stalker and Furion and Puck to be very mobile on the map, and they can go find this Alchemist and potentially keep him underfarmed.
I mean, once again, it may turn out to be a matchup centered around the Alchemist. Can he go off and get to 30K net worth early? Or will LFY be able to push early and shut Alchemist down? It's time to head into Game 1 of Series 1 of Day 2 here at the International.
Thank you very much, Day 9. And indeed, the first series of Day 2, LFY versus TNC. I'm Eddie Pixel, I'm here with Fogged. Fogged, what are we thinking coming into this one?
I'm pretty excited. I'm really glad they brought up that point about the invading the jungle, like Peter said. That's the one thing about Alchemist. And LFY that's their specialty, as far as I see. They are very about their lanes, and then they kind of crush them, and they invade the enemy jungle, and they pretty much steamroll after that after taking all the early tier 1s. So that's what I'm looking at for them to do. Look at Afu playing around Inflame in that offlane, because I've seen this Nature's Prophet plus melee.
Yes, when they add
I've seen what they do in that, and they dismantle majority of those dual or tri lanes. So we'll see how they're able to pull it off. But I'm pretty excited for this match coming up. Except for the fact that it looks on paper, we look and we see an Alkin and Naga on TNC, and we're like, ew, because these 2 heroes sometimes just bring bad taste to the mouth. But they've been changed up, and it's of course the support Naga, so it is a different kind of utilization.
Yeah. And during the draft, I believe it was when the Terrorblade was picked up, you didn't seem too keen on that pick?
Oh no, I like the Terrorblade.
You like the Terrorblade?
The Razor, when it comes up, when you don't have a direct counter against it, when you pick it like that, it's like that flex pick. So they were picking it just to dissuade LFY from picking the DK for Super. Just to have, hey, we have a Razor. And then they switch it. They don't actually put the Razor in the mid lane. They put it in the safe lane. So they had that little bit of mind game going for them, which is great. And right off the bat, they actually find themselves a D-ward. They're already expecting, they understand how LFY likes to play. They know that they want to block the pull camp. They want to put a lot of pressure onto the enemy safe lane and just constantly run at that. So if they at least are able to alleviate that they can pull, it's extremely important for them to be able to get that experience and maximize. We do see a smoke actually coming out from TMC.
We'll see if they get any traction with it. Looks like the line's to be drawn to head all the way down bottom and look to invade LFY's jungle.
They're doing aggro, like Peter was mentioning. They want to have the Sand King versus Nature's Prophet matchup. And it can actually shut down the Terrorblade quite decently. And it's probably pretty unexpected. They scouted out the tri-lane top, and then the smoke happens. So it's TNC trying to get that unexpected lane favoring.
And is this a lane favoring that's good enough for TNC that LFY may then react to it and switch their lanes back up so they don't find themselves in these, as you say, unfavorable lane matchups?
Yeah, probably. It depends on how much they can get the pulls off. That's the one thing, is that LFY does have both pulls open if they do want to be able to do that and be able to keep the lane back. They just have to not get killed level 1 and then not get steamrolled, because if the Terrorblade gets shut down super hard, they have a very weird way of getting back into the game of actually pushing and sieging. Nature's Prophet can have pretty good time, but he's versus Sanking, which is an okay matchup as long as Sanking.
Looks like Raven got a pretty solid lockdown on this bottom lane, which is it's going to mean that Monet's rather far forward. They look to lead in with the static link. Do they have the control with the slow from 1437? This is looking pretty good. DDC is there. He's yet to skill. Will save the point for the Shadow Grave. Very smartly done there by DDC. Waits until the last possible moment before knowing which skill is required and will save the Terrorblade's life.
So Apple right away does make the move down bottom, and they start already stacking the pole. They know what they need to accomplish in this lane. They need to out-resource them. And once they get a couple levels on their heroes, they're actually extremely strong, especially if like this Jakiro gets out of position. He's very slow, 290 movement speed. It's all up to Tim's pretty much just standing in the front line and zoning them. So if they can, also the thing is that they're low on regen is the problem for LFY, but they do have a Dazzle. So as long as they're able to conserve their regen, they can match up easily versus TNC. But TNC does have a lot of regen between their heroes.
Looking for Tim's here, DDC, keeping him at bay, Monet and Arthur, as you say, in the neighborhood. The thing is you're mentioning, these two side lanes definitely seem to have strength for TNC, but this mid lane, if Cuckoo doesn't get any help, this could become a bit tricky, couldn't it, for him in this 1v1 against the Puck?
Definitely. Puck is able to heavily harass his
Hold
bottom.
that thought, though, because bottom lane, DDC's gone on by TNC, and they'll pick up the first blood just like that.
As soon as
Monet unable to do anything.
Tim's gets level 2, the net comes out. Easy grab on anybody who's on the side. That's the important thing when you're playing versus these tri versus tri lanes. You have to watch your positioning of staying in the lane. If you're going to do pulls, that's okay as long as you have somebody kind of guarding you for the pull. But for the most part, you can't get caught on the side there because it's just pretty easy picks.
And we see it as well. This mid lane CS looking very good at the moment.
Super.
He is going to jump forward for this, puts the point into the waning rift. It's not going to be quite enough burst. In fact,
the acid spray.
Turn around, man, another super. Oh no! Oh no, super! Maybe should have stuck to playing Dragon Knight. But that is not how you want to start that mid lane matchup.
There's a TP coming from
They're going to try to find something in return, indeed. They are looking for Cuckoo. He has got that poor man's shield. We'll see if it's going to be enough. He does need the proc.
The courier's coming. He's got a salve on it. Salve's up.
He's going to keep himself alive. Goes for the deny. Cuckoo is loving the mid lane. He is smiling all over. And in fact, bottom lane, some positive action as well for TNC. They're moving in onto Monet. Does have the backup from DDC. That will be enough to hold TNC back. TNC here off to quite a start, making a big impact here on the main stage.
One thing is, though, he does get the salve delivered. He uses it, though, and then dies. And dying to Ancients, dying to neutrals, you're dead for 24 seconds as a mid laner. That's actually pretty devastating, because now Super pulls way ahead in the last hits and is actually acquiring more net worth. So you don't want to give the kill, but at the same time, it hurts a lot to die to neutrals like that this early on as a mid laner. He's back now, though, and going to continue that acid spray spam.
Absolutely, yeah, this is the thing. Yeah. Super CS still off the charts. You know, he's farming like an absolute beast. 21-11. So despite that death, Super definitely still maintaining the lead here in this mid matchup.
Afu probably wants to get a couple more levels before he makes that move. It's also going to be nighttime soon. I think he wants ideally level 3 so he can decide if he can save a point in Crippling Fear. It can be very useful to kill the Sand King and the Alchemist early on. And they're actually just switching lanes. They decide, this aggro Trident is too much. They need their Terrorblade to have something and put him top. Not the greatest matchup, though, versus a Sand King who's already level 4. But there's no Caustic actually skilled on Sam H, which is a bit surprising versus the Nature's Prophet Treants. But Inflame is one of the best at playing Nature's Prophet in the laning phase, so it'd be understood why he was dissuaded from doing that. Cuckoo now, just goes to the jungle. It's too much threat. Once Puck gets like level 4 or 5, there's too much damage coming out and too much threat of the Nature's Prophet TPing behind you. So he just has to resort to that.
It's bottom lane, Inflame does have the phase boost, giving Raven quite a bit of a punch. Arfu looking for the chase down. Raven quick to cut himself out of the Sprout. Will be fine now. The reaction from TNC, 1437's there, as well as Tim's from the Invis. Jumps forward with the Rip turn, with the static link. And TNC, they're looking for Arfu. There's no DDC in the neighborhood, so there's no save for the Night Stalker. And a third kill is picked up by TNC.
Very strong aggro tri-lane. So much slowing control, and the damage comes all from that Razor, who already has phase boots. So they have the chase as well now. And this is where Afu maybe wants to make moves elsewhere. Actually smokes up, starting to commit maybe toward that mid lane, it looks like. He puts a ward to watch the movements of where the Naga's going.
Cuckoo's very low.
Very susceptible to death here. The
Only one
coming
tango
out,
left.
but
They can certainly look to die for this, and indeed they will. He has the infused range drop. It's not enough to save him. LFY. Quick
they TP for the
opportunity. They may just get this as well. I'm going to look to try and juke it across the tree line, but Arfu with the flying vision gives it to Super. So Super has that vision to make the connection.
Damn, I didn't think that they were actually going to commit so hard for the courier, but with the Hunter in the Night making it so much easier to see it, even though it is sprinted up.
Still definitely the biggest issue for LFY being that Monet's start has not been great at all because of this aggression from TNC. Still lacking behind in CS. Levels as well. They're not quite there.
Top, though.
And now they're looking for a fight. Yeah, with the Metamorphosis and the Poison Touch connecting, they'll go in, they'll take one. SamH tries to hold them back with the Burrow Strike and the Sandstorm. Not enough to get a kill in return, but we'll push them back. But still, this is perfect. You know, LFY, they need to find Monet involved in as much action as they can to kind of bring him back from this very, very slow early 5 minutes from LFY.
It's a catapult wave right now, too. Bottom lane, Inflame, getting committed on. Should be just fine. Able to TP out after the net. So catapult waves coming in. Metamorphosis was used, but SamH is able to Sandstorm and push out top. Bottom lane, maybe TNC is able to put some tower pressure here, which could be very nice for them being able to. Both teams, they want to be able to get those early tier 1s to get the access points into jungle versus this Alchemist and Terrorblade. Those invasions are super important versus those two heroes in particular. Mid lane, 1437 takes a step too far up.
Straight away with the Dream Core down, Arfu and Super going to work, bringing down an up. I mean, yeah, Super, you know, as much as we made Joe, he is doing amazing. Is it 42 CS, our highest farm on the board? He is definitely going to be the real threat. If they can start to utilize this puck, getting moving around, use the Dream Coil to enable Monet to do work in the fights with the Metamorphosis, it's going to get crazy. And in fact, already 1437 getting jumped on again. The Nature's Wrath flies through, and LFY, they pick up another kill in the mid lane.
But Super now getting caught out of the side. Actually, John's on the high ground into a trap, but he's got his orb out.
Down to the low ground. Raven's going to see if he can try and chase him. Cuckoo is there with the wraparound. Will block him off. And look, he's trying to. Oh, you know, I thought he was going to give the kill to Raven, but he says, I'll take him myself. And does beat down upon Super, so they will catch him. At the same time, Monet and DDC looking towards SamH. He's got the stick charges, does have the Burrow Strike. They were thinking about bringing in Inflame as well, but as soon as those charges came out, they knew they couldn't go for it.
Very high level, level 7 already. Lots of these 7.4 HP per second as well. Hard kill to get with that max Sandstorm too. But they also almost claim mid tower, so this is a little bit of a change up that we usually see from LFY. They're playing a lot around Super, which they have to do right now because the other lane got shut down so hard. It's pretty much up to Super and Inflame to get Monet back into this one.
Yes, they've got to somehow enable the recovery for this lane.
Every time Coil's up.
Super being so proactive with the help of Arfu and Inflame, just jumping in, joining him, and there's nowhere to roam with these treants in the way. They will have the Sand King TPing in. SamH may find Arfu in return with the Sandstorm. Because of his skill build, it's doing a lot of damage at this stage of the game. Takes down one in return. But still, nonetheless, it is this Alchemist now getting heavily punished by LFY. This pressure in the mid lanes, giving space to Monet up on top.
SamH, another kill he's going to get maybe? Oh, so close.
That silence saving the life of both of them. Super does have the invis, was thinking about going back in there, but as you say, this level 8 Sand King, very, very scary for LFY.
LFY is making a lot of space around the map, though. They're forcing aggression, they're forcing rotations, which gives Monet a lot of space. Up top, wailing on that top tier 1 tower. TNC also trading bottom. So they're like we said, they need to have some way to kind of get Monet back in the game. And there's two ways of doing that. You either get him involved in fights and you play around him, or you make space elsewhere on the map. And right now, he's still a bit too under level to play around him.
SamH back up top, and Monet is backed up by DDC at the moment, so we'll be fine. Looks like Super as well did pick obviously the node tallies up for the lane, but not going for the Veil, maybe saving straight for that Blink Dagger this game. Top lane, SamH coming in with the Burrow Strike. Monet is there, looking for the turnaround. Inflame comes in with the TP. No Burrow Strike for SamH for 5 seconds. He'll try and get himself out. But again, yeah, these Treant blocks causing a huge issue for SamH. He does have the stick charge. We'll let the Burrow Strike back up. And that's enough. He's out of there. Sam with the plays. Bottom lane, Raven diving in deep. Steals a hefty chunk of damage from Arfu. Arfu will get himself back to safety.
Raven might be in some trouble here. Super's got Coil. He's got him isolated, but...
He's a little scared, though, of Raven having that stolen damage.
Yeah, don't think they have TP follow-up. I think Inflames is still on cooldown for 10 more seconds.
5 for 5. Very close showing for both of these teams in the early 10 minutes. TNC with the slight edge, but as expected, with having the Alchemist on their side.
Yeah. And running a very unexpected aggro tri-lane, which worked incredibly well. So something I always like talking about is the levels. Of course, after aggro tri-lanes, we take a look, and it's pretty well dispersed. The 4 and 5 on the Naga and Jakiro, and 4 and 6 actually on LFY. So Apu is level 6 on Nightstalker, almost level 7 actually. But now they're looking to try to make aggression on him bottom, diving to tier 2.
Yeah, they're ready to go. Out comes the root. 1437 following through with the slow. There will be TP reactions from LFY. They turn towards Tims. Will get taken down here by Inflame on the back lines. LFY maybe see if they can chase down for more. Raven has the ultimate
really
out.
Wants to try here.
He does have that Dream Coil if he can close the gap.
They're really the Night Stalker's very fast with those phase boots. They might be able to catch up to him eventually. They do see him going into the tree line as well. They should be able
very
to
hard for him to get out. Yeah, they've got the vision. Dream coils down. He will break the coil on an attempt to escape. 40-37 is there with the slows. Does still have the ultimate up for a couple of seconds there, Raven. And backup is on its way. LFY may now be turned around upon. Joe 4 from Super does get the two-man silence, trying to bring down the Sand King, but Sam H still gets the time for the burrow strike. The Graves there for DDC though. Super survives. Sam H down. Raven will chase down Super, goes for the jump and gets it. Super's out of there.
That Grave. Perfect
DDC.
timing by DDC.
I mean, we saw it time and time again in the group stages. Arfu as well with the juke and TP out in the tree line gets himself back to safety.
And again, they force a ton of reaction toward the bottom lane, which frees up a lot for Monet to get that farm. Still not really completely recovered yet. They don't kill the Razor. They get a Sand King though, at least, and lose nobody. It was actually Afu was holding the Void there because he didn't want the Razor to just TP out right after the call and use Void. So it actually ends up getting a lot closer to their tower, but he had to do so. And it's really important that they're carrying Reveal on the Night Stalker and the Dazzle, because in that situation, he puts down the Sentry instantly as soon as he sees Sand King. Sand King goes into the Sandstorm, but yeah, they cleaned him up.
DDC's Dazzle, definitely something the TNC, they've got to be aware of it in these fights. Somehow they have to stop this man from getting in position for these Graves and such. Because as we've seen, it's impossible for TNC to find the trades when DDC is in the neighborhood. And already LFY now off the back of that favorable trade down bottom, immediately moving to the top lane.
Yep.
Sam H in the neighborhood, 1400 towards the Blink Dagger at the moment, and Super still under the cover of the smoke. Will look towards him.
Sam H.
Little late with the Dream Core there. Sam H with the game sense. Burrow striking straight away up to the tier 1, and that by the looks of it is going to put off LFY from looking for anything more there. So nice awareness there from Sam.
We're talking about the Monet beginning to recover, slowly but surely, of course. But this Alchemist, almost level 12, actually level 12 now.
Look at the money.
Almost getting online for Radiance.
So they've come back, they are hunting for Sam H, but again, using these burrow strikes to just create the distance between them. And it makes it very hard for LFY to get anything done. And indeed with this time, as you say, Cuckoo closing in on the Relic, bottom lane, TNC getting some pressure on a tier 2. LFY, they really want to catch this damage, but again, he just burrow strikes away. Arfu will look to try and chase him down by the looks of it. They are TPing in to block him off as well. In Flames there, and this time they will finally bring him down. But essentially, that is Sam H creating a lot of space. Bottom lane, tier 2, down to less than half health. And what's the money looking like on Cuckoo? He's 100 or so away from the Relic.
Yeah.
And they're going to get this tier 2 by the looks of it down bottom.
So LFY's trying to punish as much as they can, because they're like, oh, Alchemist is just farming this whole time. We have to make as much happen with these R4 4v4. But at the same time, TNC's getting some very favorable trades coming out here. Now they have a lot of access points into the enemy jungle. They put some very nice aggressive wards down too. So they're able to watch wherever Monet is farming. Monet actually able to start cleaning up an ancient stack, which is going to really start accelerating him.
Yeah, there's only a few hundred now behind Raven. GNC's carry, so that laning stage starting to, its effects at least being reverted, but definitely overall the fact that Cuckoo and his Alchemist exactly where he would hope to be at this stage.
Yeah, 1437 is playing the Jakiro as he normally does. He just throws down his Macro Pyre on a wave, just pushes it out as much as possible, meets up with his team, throws some Liquid Fire. Doesn't really care if he gets killed in a lot of those situations, because he's doing his job. He's just making sure the lanes are forced out, and it's really hard for LFY to do those invasions. They talked about it on the panel that LFY has a good team to actually be able to invade, but not when these kind of situations happen. And Radiance is going to be online in 150 gold, so he pretty much has it. So I'd like to see TNC definitely smoke up as soon as that Radiance gets online, so them to just make plays around the Alchemist, because it's pretty hard to bring him down at this point.
And I guess that's the thing as well. Once this Alchemist gets his Radiance Manta Octarine, there's not too many great ways for LFY to deal with sort of that Radiance illusion push, is it?
Not really, no. They need their Terrorblade to be big to deal with that. Or the Nature's Prophet, of course, who is farming very well.
Down bottom, the Ruin Super, but he will be able to jump out, of course. Same time, Cuckoo being backed up by 1437. There is the Radiance now completed. Top lane, Monet out into the trees, TPing himself away. Mid lane, Arfu making a bit of a go here onto Cuckoo. And it's
got the
down
silence
low.
Rage,
the Armlet's still there, though. And of course, with Armlet toggling at his capability, there's no chance that Arfu can dive this low. Definitely 15 minutes in. TNC turning up here on the main stage against LFY, this absolutely terrifying team in the group stages.
They've got Blink now on Sand King. Hood already picked up on the Razor. They're looking at LFY's lineup and they're like, yeah, they're majority magic damage until the Terrorblade and Nature's Prophet get a couple items. So it's good itemization by Raven.
Oh, look at the D ward here, TNC. Unblocking their camp from LFY's warding, and LFY, though they know that 1437 was there with the D ward from the low ground, will find him in the tree line. Bring down the Chikira.
It's bound to happen at some point when they're splitting up so much on the map. Like Razor's showing bottom, Sanking's showing top, Alchemist is still jungling. They're not 100% aware that the Alchemist is jungling, but they probably have good reason to believe so. So every time they see someone else, like if they show, that's like one of the big rules of Dota. If you show in all 3 lanes, one of you is bound to die.
Raven, it's okay, he's feeling safe. The static will be broken straight away, but nonetheless enough to stop LFY chasing him down.
No TP. TP cooldown was still there for Inflame. If the nighttime was still lasting maybe a bit longer, or if they had that TP cooldown with Darkness, they maybe could have committed for it, but they wanted to just relax since that was not up just yet. Samage continuing that pressure top.
Oh, cool, some TP reactions, but he's straight up with the blink into the trees and nothing there to hold him back.
They're just shoving lanes in constantly. TNC, the Samage has literally just been parked top, Sanking stun into Sandstorm over and over again to force the lane out.
I mean, he's just making so much space across this map. And DDC, chased down by Raven. Monet is there. Will pop the Metamorphosis for this one, but immediately just held back. Arfu's going to try and chase down Raven, see if they can get this Razor kill. But Samich is there on the high ground, does have Epi and Blink if he wants to try and turn back into this. Dream Cold drop down only onto Raven.
He gets silenced right away.
Nicely done there from Arfu, making sure that there's no return play coming in from Samich. They've also managed to sprout Tim's up on the sideline. He does still have the song. Not going to bother popping it by the looks of it, as he accepts his fate. That is the Naga Siren down. Now, TP was still on cooldown for the Naga, so even with the song usage, was almost certainly dead anyway. So deciding to save it for potentially another hold here back at the base.
LFY forced them to split in 2 different ways, so Naga got isolated a bit by the Dazzle who threw Weave on him, and Nature's Prophet just chasing him down right-clicking, while the Night Stalker and everyone else chased through the river. So it's just really good play by LFY, but also TNC maybe slight misplay, just running in different directions and splitting up rather than running as a group. But during all that time, Cuckoo just farming, gets the Boots of Travel finished up, so he's got ways to be able to join the fight with his teammates.
Fight they will. TNC smoking up. Totally unbeknownst to the side of LFY, no vision down at that area. So TNC do have a chance to make a jump here.
They're really relying on the Alchemist farm though at this point. It's 3k lead, and the Alchemist is the one who has the 6k lead over the next hero. So the next 3 are LFY's.
I mean, they see DDC mid. It's obviously not the biggest kill they want, but it is a kill nonetheless. He'll make sure to waste their time with the Grave. He's going to look to see if he can get the timing with a deny. It was just a little bit too early, though. The Grave was still up. In fact, TNC said, all right, we'll turn this into a Roche attempt. Straight away, they're into the pit. I mean, LFY are probably going to be aware that this is happening.
They've got a pretty decent Roche lineup. They don't really take too much damage because of the Chemical Rage and Liquid Fire, so the Roche doesn't really attack, and they have sustained through it.
I mean, this is going to work out perfectly if TNC just get away with that. DDC sort of making the call for TNC there. Say, come and take Roche. They say, well, we will. And LFY, they're not even going to try and challenge it. Free Roche down there for TNC. Aegis into Cuckoo's pocket.
How convenient. Excellent call there by TNC, though, to make their way in with that stolen damage. And they do have a decent amount of minus armor, like we said. Acid Spray with Riptide. Puts Roche down quite a lot.
Still Monet on the farm. How's he doing item-wise? He's
on his way toward Manta.
Nearly at the ultimate orb, yeah. Still very much.
The road to recovery is still there.
Yes. As we said, you know, at the start where he was very much behind. In a much better position now. Decent levels as well, level 12.
Gets an Arcane Rune, that helps a lot. More Conjure Images. TNC has some very deep wards to watch wherever that Alchemist, or to watch wherever that Terrorblade is farming.
Might time to be popped. Raven. Just a few hundred away from having the Blade Mail on the Razor. Still certainly all the space in the world for Cuckoo's Alchemist.
Yeah, it's just Cuckoo really farming though. That's the one concern I do have for TNC, is that no one else is really able to get the farming.
They are trying to fight here around the shrine, and they're not going to get away with it. But Savage comes to the midst of it all, gets the 2-man burrow strike, Graves out. DDC, but indeed the MP chase down coming through, forcing the side of LFY back. DDC has already put the Grave, the Dream Cold Stone will hold them back. Silence onto Samx to make sure he can't burrow strike forward.
Nobody died?
That could have got a lot messier for LFY there, trying to fight around that shrine. But it didn't. They all survived. DDC again with a very nice Grave.
He's been on point with those. I actually cannot believe that nobody died there. TNC had to expend a couple ultimates there to defend that. Now LFY able to siege a bit toward that tower, but TNC is all in the area. They still have sleep too, and like the panel mentioned, they do have a decent combo with the Jakiro and the Sanking on top of that sleep.
So if they can do anything off the back of this, they are going to jump forward with the Burrow Strike onto Monet. Still on the sidelines though, Arfu's still by the shrine, looking to see if he can get behind them for a clutch silence. Kuku will have his eyes upon him. He's not going to look for the chase though, Arfu too speedy.
Kuku just farmed a massive ancient stack. About to have Manta Style already finished up now too. Double the net worth of the next hero. Alchemist.
He's going to try something here with this haste rune. Looks to see if he can get a bit of a cheeky play onto Super. Super jumps back, will jaunt off. Phase shifts there. Dodge the concoction.
He's got to use it now.
Raven. Looking towards DDC, has got Sam H in the neighborhood. See if they can get anything done. 14:37 around as well.
The wards this game have been crazy by TNC. I'm pretty sure every single ward they've placed has been put in the enemy jungle, or watching that one ancient spot, the one on the left side. But other than that, yeah, they've been completely focused on sticking on LFY's side of the map, other than Kuku. Kuku's just chilling in the jungle.
And Flame keeping up the split push pressure as well. Shadow Blade complete, so he's going to feel a lot safer doing so now. And definitely something that TNC had to be aware of. But of course, yeah, with the Naga, with the Alchemist, they themselves, very good methods of pushing out the lanes. I mean, you mentioned Jakiro, Sangi, and their whole team as a whole, a lot better at sort of bursting down the waves in comparison to LFY's lineup when it comes to waves pushing.
Yeah, definitely. They have the Nature's Prophet though, which is he's a little bit of a different creature. They can go everywhere.
Mid lane, quick jump in. Onto 14:37 with the Veil, of course. Massive amounts of magical damage from LFY.
They did see a couple people bottom, or they saw at least one hero bottom with LFY. Now they're starting to pincer, looking for a couple kills. They poured in. There's actually no reveal on the side of TNC except for that one sentry ward they have in the middle of the jungle.
And in fact, LFY maybe wanting to try and fight this. Alfu comes in immediately with the silence onto Sam H. Ult from a Raven comes through. They'll start to force back here onto Inflame. They have the root as well. He goes for the TP out. Great. He's there to make sure he's safe, but no, the Burrow Strike comes in from Sam H. He's going to be left behind. Inflame's down. They do lose Sam H in return. But TNC, seeing what they get, so more. Kuku comes in with the bots with the pre-prepared concoction, and that will set up for a second there for TNC.
Nice response. The beauty of having boots of travel on Alchemist at an early time. You can always join the fights and outnumber. LFY probably thought that they could outnumber them there, but now they go high.
They are going
Still
up.
got the Aegis.
They've got the Manta, the Radiance, and as you say, the Aegis on this Alchemist. Kuku feeling ready to frontline. They are without Sam H, but LFY themselves, no DDC, no Inflame. Getting very close to bringing down this tier 3. The fortification comes out from LFY. They do have... No, they don't quite have Dream Coil yet. How long until we're seeing that one up?
2 seconds.
2 seconds,
yeah.
so they've got it now. Now TNC realize they start to back off. They're a little scared of this. They're the song, indeed the song coming through, buying time for Kuku at least to TP out. Tim's TPing out as well. 14:37. Looks like he will be the one to be left behind. Raven trying
to get Raven as well.
To make it. Wasn't quite quick enough with it. Now with the Void Stone coming out from Arfu. Raven, he will be taken down. So LFY able to punish TNC off the back of that push down bottom, taking 2. And TNC, as you know, they did get a lot of damage to the tier 3 tower, but they didn't quite finish it off.
Could be worse though. If they weren't able to get the song off at that time, if he got silenced somehow, it could have been 4 or 5 heroes dropping. So losing 2, not the greatest, but can definitely be more costly. And they got, yeah, like you said, majority of that tower brought down. Aggressive team in. They're looking for Tims as well.
Coming in, Arfu with the setup, Sprouts out with the silence. And of course, Song still on cooldown, no chance for Tims. LFY. Quick with the plays, knowing that there's already a couple of heroes off the map, and straight down the bottom lane. Monet, with the last of his Metamorphosis, putting pressure onto this tier 1. They've got the full 5 man around it for LFY. This is a very, very risky tower for TNC to try and hold, and indeed they won't even give it the time of day. They'll let it go. As LFY playing the tower.
We mentioned how much these two guys do. Inflame and Afu on LFY are having incredibly good games. 5 and 2 and 11. He's involved in all 16 kills on Afu. That's absolutely incredible. And 4 and 1 and 5, of course, of Inflame. Very impressive for what he's been doing, but still, Afu is absolutely everywhere, involved in everything that they've done so far.
Kuku's deep, though. He's in LFY territory. Afu is actually going to kind of let him go there. Did spot him out. Now we'll go in on him with Monet. And they, but no, Afu's not bothering to throw anything down on him. I guess he knows there's the Manta there, and so it just feels like he can't do anything about that Alchemist. Just have to sort of let Kuku be and get on with his life. That's
just the fear factor of the Alchemist. They need they need the puck pretty much because he's their only real lockdown. As the panel kind of talked about, their chase is good because they have the Night Stalker, but their actual way of like keeping the fights near them is just the puck. They don't have any other stuns besides puck. Cuckoo will be getting that Octarine at a good timing, 25 or 26 minute mark. So, like we said, double the net worth of the next ones. But other than that, it's still, you take a look, and it's only a 2K lead for TNC, and it's actually a 1,000 experience lead going the way of LFY.
It's, yeah, as you say, you know, just looking at the 3 cores from LFY. Across the board in comparison to Raven and Sam H, LFY are breaking ahead. This Midas on Inflame certainly working out, and as you said, you know, the amount of split push pressure he's been putting on, farming these waves, keeping them pushed out.
And the really impressive thing too is that Monet, he's 0-0. Has not died yet, even though he got aggro tri-lane, has been doing a great job of just recovering. His team is making all the space in the world for him to do that, which he desperately needs. He's now got Manta style though, so he's a lot more threatening.
I'm going to see a smoke on smoke here coming through from both sides. TNC coming down the river, LFY entering from the bottom.
It looks like here.
They are going to look to jump onto Cuckoo. Cuckoo gets the Chemical Rage out, they'll drop the Dream Core, Nature Repertoire, has the Manta style, now the back of the TNC coming in, Savage, looking for the epicenter, there he gets it, comes in, only catches the Night Stalker.
They're sleeping though.
And in fact, yeah. The sleep epicenter, they sort of said, we can't fight, we've got to get out for now. LFY, they are going to certainly chase this down. They look towards Tim's, jumping forward with the silence. Sam H still down the high ground. They have got the concoction built up by Cuckoo, tries to throw it out, but super easy phase shift there. The puck will be fine. LFY continuing to chase up the high ground. Ice Path holds back the Night Stalker. Raven with the ultimate still and the Blade Mail, returning a lot of damage. Super still trying to jump back in with the silence, looking for Sam H. Can he quite find it? No, Sam H still alive. Inflame's going to TP onto the side, looking for him, but the Sandstorm's there. Sam H keeps himself alive. Not only the Jakiro to have died yet, but TNC, they're falling very low. Sam H again with the bow strike, trying to break the distance, but Super jumps forward. Will finish off Sam H. Tim's holding down the puck underneath the range of the tower.
The buyback,
but still,
though.
Super too tanky, has the phase shift. Sandstorm's there, but he's going to be used up. Can he get himself out of this one? No, the Blink's not going to be there in time. Will phase shift dodge the burrow strike? Can he really play himself out? Hacked off the Blink. There's illusions upon him. Sandstorm as well, trying to hold this man back. Tim's looking to try and get the net out. Cuckoo's there with the cutoff, and he cannot escape that. Super finally goes down as TNC will take the puck.
What a crazy fight. They actually forced Sam H to buy back there, but the whole time that they have Metamorphosis, they just want to go, go, go. They don't want to not fight. As soon as meta wears off, that's when they instantly start to retreat.
Absolutely, and it's instantly when TNC say, let's get down this middle lane. No Metamorphosis. Yep. Puck's down for 30 seconds. They want to try and abuse this opening as much as they can. Into the tier 2 they go. Can they break the high ground though? We saw them try it down on the bottom lane.
I think they're going to go down bottom, it looks like. I see the line drawn by 1437. They have a creep wave coming in mid, so they're actually able to go for that tower. There's still Glyph up, and now they're all aggressively weaved. Armor is starting to take it down.
This could be risky. 12 seconds till puck's back. Fortifications there. TNC have to be very careful about how they go about this bottom lane push.
Courier snipe coming out. Easy for Inflame.
And yeah, TNC, they back off from that bottom lane. As soon as the puck's back up, they realize they cannot afford to overstay their welcome like the last time they did down there.
They get a nice deep ward in the base though, and I don't think LFY is going to know that that's there. Because usually you expect it when someone commits more to a push, but when that one, that's just a really sneaky ward coming out from 1437.
Bottom lane, 1437, out alone again. Will try for the TP out, but the damage is more than enough from LFY.
I like this by Super too. He didn't use it in this situation, but now he has the Boots of Travel finished up on the puck. So he can always TP to Inflame's Treants and always get involved in all the fights.
They're going to look for Roshan as well. With one man down, they know that they've got the numbers advantage for 22nd. And LFY...
Solar Crest too, yeah, they should be able to bring it down at a decent pace. This is the important one too. This is the Aegis and the Cheese. Song is available, Epi is available as well, but without that Jakiro...
This is going to be such a terrifying push as well. You know, Monet has Metamorphosis back up and available. That with Aegis and Cheese. They have a very strong possibility of being able to break the high ground of TNC, and TNC, indeed, they are nowhere near this. They'll start to send some Naga illusions out, but it's going to scout it out too late as LFY to get themselves Roshan, Aegis, and Cheese.
TNC probably doesn't want to take straight up fights now versus that. Trying to split push. They've got the means to do so, though, with the Alchemist, of course. And Cuckoo's about to have Shivas, which is a huge pickup. That one item actually makes Alchemist insane. Just the amount of it increases your tankiness is massive because that armor and as well as the slow and attack speed slow can be quite crucial on Monet.
They pretty much have to focus everyone on that out. to have a chance of killing him.
Or somehow get like a silence off before he's able to, like after the style comes off, so he can't get the chemical rage, but it's still super hard to bring him down. They have to isolate him, or get a heavy weave ticking down for Monet to just find a place where
Bottom lane, again, anyone that comes down here will be hunted down. Arfu closes the gap, has the crippling fear, trying to go for the TP straight out in the sideline, but coils down. And that will be another pick off for LFY down in this bottom lane. I mean, both Arfu and Inflame just so scary to push out in a game where these two are playing this Night Stalker Nature's Prophet. Is time and time again, they are catching out these solo lane pushes.
And for the first time in the entire game in 30 minutes, it was a 100 gold lead for LFY, but now it's gone back for TNC.
Cuckoo back on with the farm train. As soon as that Shivas is done, he's up to 2k on top of it. Arfu eyes towards the mid lane. Down bottom as well, 1437.
They're starting to get a lot of their itemization coming out though. Monet has completely recovered, as we see, that 13,000 net worth. But now, with the Mantis style, which is the super core arm, but Hurricane Pike, now he has that tool to actually push himself away from that Razor to not have to worry so much about that static link.
Raven. They're talking about the Razor. He's been spotted out in the tree line. He needs some backup. A super jumps in. Beautiful silence on the back lines. Make sure that there's no response immediately. The stun does still come out from Cuckoo, but TNC keeping their distance, not wanting to take the fight against LFY whilst they do not have good vision around that area. LFY will back off. TNC do hold this tier 2 for the time being in the middle lane. But again, I mean, you talked about it in the draft. These puck silences have the potential to be so clutch in these team fights. Every time the super's in position, it's pretty much impossible for TNC's backliners to react as quick as the rest of the team need them to do so. Arfu on the side. Gets spotted out and will immediately go for the TP back to base. Because mid lane, TNC,
they really wanted.
They're immediately coming down this. Again,
Cliff is still cooldown for 1 more minute, so they want to try to force something.
It's every time that metamorphosis has been used. Exactly. Every time that they know that's not there, TNC know that they have this nice little advantage.
They have to. Like, they are actually starting to be in a point where it's just the Alchemist who actually does much in the fights. Everybody else is, I mean, Razor's 11k net worth. Sand King has dropped down to all the way 7,000 net worth. So not really having the impact that you would want from your core Sand King. But that's the nature of their draft. It's the Alchemist versus the world. And LFY is slowly but surely getting means to be able to deal with it.
TNC, though, still playing it safe. Take the tier 3. Don't stick around for more. Back off. Clean up the shrines. And there definitely is still some sort of solace and safety knowing how farmed Cuckoo is. You constantly got this Alchemist, which is getting to the point where he's sort of borderline unkillable.
And he can give Ags to every single one of their heroes,
absolutely,
which will be super helpful.
Who's getting it first?
Probably, I would say probably the Raven, just because of he's underfarmed. Sand King is probably like one of the best ones because of the stun, how massive the range is for him to catch and everything. But I think just because Raven, his farm has completely stagnated, you have to give him a way to accelerate.
Let's see if that is next on the shopping list. It certainly is getting close to the point where Cuckoo can look to buff up his teammates. Has 5,000 gold in the bank at the moment.
Like all the eggs are pretty cool. Like the Jakiro is probably the most underwhelming. It's great for high ground defense.
What about the Naga Ag's fault? How many times have we seen that?
I think I've seen it twice ever in competitive Dota or something, maybe less. It's very rare. I mean, I know it's been picked up, but you don't see it often at all.
I think full duration ends up healing like 56% of everyone's HP or something. It's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
70.
70%. Okay. I mean, yeah, that can absolutely turn a fight if they get the clutch moment to use it.
Especially with an Alchemist, right? You full heal him, and then he pops Chemical Rage again, and then you're like, uh-oh.
But for the time being, Cuckoo, focusing on the necessities for the team, does pick up the gem for the side.
Super finished up the Aghanim's. That's also the thing is, we were talking about the Alchemist being able to pull Ags, but Puck, when he gets level 20, 25, can pull the Moon Shards, and that 420 GPM starts to become pretty absurd for himself. So he actually chooses the minus 3 seconds on Waning Rift. Okay. You see a lot of players go for the Spell Amp because you get level 25, you get your Dagon fast, and eventually you'll be able to just burst people down like that. But the Waning Rift, like we said, it's been super relevant in this game and can prove to do so.
I mean, what's the kind of the timings then? What, on a 10-second cooldown?
It's like the same cooldown as your Orb.
Yeah.
Like that's the, you Orb in, you're able to get silence off pretty much every single time because they're 11 on the Orb and 10 on that. Ayaskadi next on the menu for Monet. Now level 18 for that low cooldown Sunder.
And I think definitely to kind of harp on what you've been mentioning, the thing to know about this game is the fact that LFY are only 1,000 behind when TNC have an Alchemist with 31k net worth at 35 minutes. It just goes to show how kind of well-rounded and farmed up the remaining members of LFY are in comparison to that of TNC. The rest of TNC other than this out are really, really falling behind.
Yeah. They're having to kind of run around because they're afraid of the pickoffs. That's what was happening in the mid-game. Like 10 minutes ago or so, people were showing bottom. They kept getting killed over and over again. So they're at a point where they're like, okay, we kind of have to stick together because this Nature's Prophet and Nightstalker are putting too much pressure on us, and it's causing them to get very underfarmed. It's just Cuckoo. Now it's up to 6,500 gold.
I mean, he's got enough to pick up a Scepter and have the buyback.
See what he wants to do. If he wants to maybe finish up the armlet for himself and buy like an AC instead of getting the Aghanims for teammates
swap out
first.
something for that.
Could be a possibility.
Look at the Halberd now on Raven, so a bit of an answer to the main man Monet when the TV turns up to the fight.
He's picked up a couple items. The Hurricane Pike, Halberd, and Blade Mail Hood.
Now that there's a Blood Thorn though on Inflame, definitely that sort of same thing applies as you said earlier. If they can get that silence onto the out post Manta style, then they've got the potential to even bring him down. It's a lot of damage if they have that on him and the whole team focusing him.
3 different ways to silence him and also now to break that evasion, of course, with the Bloodthorn. I think his teammates can hit through it at least, unless it gets manted off. So both teams do have that gem picked up, so the Vision game will be slowed down on both sides, but LFY should be able to win it because they have Nightstalker.
Looks like Cuckoo is just going to continue to buy items for himself, as you said. Almost
so he's going to go
swap out the armlet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So instead of going for an extra armor item, he wants to be able to do more damage and better ways to push out the lanes because they're starting to struggle to deal with this Nature Prophet split push.
There we go, armlet gone. Honor and the recipe picked up. Just needs to get that Hyperstone from the side shop.
Yeah.
Then we can definitely expect the axe.
Mjolnir is super useful though. With the Mjolnir, with the Shivas, with Octarine, you throw that on yourself, you just kind of run into the fights. It's also great versus the Tower Blade illusions, of course, so he can get a good amount of healing and able to actually clear versus it. And yeah, Iascati now finished up for Monet. That recovery.
Yeah, he's played it perfectly, Monet.
Top 3 now. 1-0-7.
All of that down to, of course, DDC's play as well. Many times that we saw Monet living on the edge, but DDC came in with the clutch saves.
Roche should be spawning relatively soon.
TNC with this movement. They're looking for some action, hunting down Arfu. They will manage to find the connection with the Burrow Strike, Ice Path and Concoction. Finally, after a bit of a slumber in the game, TNC break it by finding Arfu out and alone. Super's there, though, cutting the wave, so nothing more that TNC can do with their presence down on this bottom lane.
TNC made a play around their only ward vision that they did have, the one that's half duration in the enemy jungle. So they just tried to make something. Because they definitely feel, that map is starting to close on them a bit with LFY all farming all over the place. They only have the Alpha. Keep mentioning over and over again who is farming.
Super looking for the Lincoln Sphere next. Once that is on, he is going to be feeling incredibly free in these team fights. Top lane, Cuckoo's being eyed up. LFY with 4 in the neighborhood. They're ready to try and make a play here onto the Alchemist. Cuckoo, is he going to get himself house? Already has used the Manta, so now there's the chance for Inflame to go in with that silence.
Oh, they might think that's the real one. He moved it away.
Indeed. Oh, the bait is perfect. Cuckoo. He's out mind game them now, goes for the TP. Super
They've got a Yules.
Still have the Yules and will manage to hold him back, cancelling the teleport. But Super, he can try and turn a fight. He needs backup from his team. His team are on the way, but it's actually Arfu keeping TNC away from getting there in time. Cuckoo has one more use of the Man Star, will bring down DDC, but that's Cuckoo down.
That's a massive kill.
Arfu seeing if they can maybe set up the more. Look at this trap hit. Tibbs is just surrounded. No escape from there as the illusions from the Terrorblade and the Treants.
Did anyone pick up the gem that the Jakiro, I think, had, or that somebody? I see it. Oh, no, it's up there. They're pinging it. They know, though.
Still at the top.
That's the Dazzle had it. He was pinging it. Yeah. DDC's like, wait a minute. They didn't take it. So they send the courier up there.
But really nice engagement. Even though it wasn't the smoothest of entries, we saw them go on the illusion. But then Arfu, as I say, we kind of saw it at the bottom there. He sort of held back TNC. TNC were trying to make their way up to help Cuckoo. But Arfu was kind of like, hey, come and look at me, guys. And indeed, that sort of slowdown has enabled LFY to now be in this position to break the high ground with the last few seconds of Metamorphosis. It is now gone. Super jumping in, 2-man silence, get the Dream Coil onto the tanking. There's the sleep from Tims.
They're all lined up for the Ice Path.
Very lined up here. 1437, he lays down the Ice Path. Does it connect onto Inflame, but the combo comes in. They're falling like, there's the Epicenter from Savage! Takes down 2, Super trying to jump his way out, but there with the ultimate. Tims as well, looking to chase down again. No, the Ice Path won't connect. Blinks out, but the behold, perfect song there from Tims to set everything up. And that push ground to an absolute halt.
You couldn't ask for a better situation to happen right there. Literally all 4 of them in a perfect line for the ice path for the Sanking follow-up. Great defense there from TNC. Only required the Naga to buy back there. I was worried. I was like, I think they might have to buy back the Alchemist, but yeah, perfect.
We'll see it again.
Look at this lineup.
I mean, as you say, yeah, Tims having the fortitude to buy back.
Look at that.
I mean, he could have got all 4, did only get 3 of them.
Oh, it's still pretty.
Nah, he goes for the 3 big ones. Make sure that he gets both Super and Monet in there. And indeed, Samh, no hesitation as he follows through with the combo.
And now Roche respawns right afterwards, so TNC makes their way in there. Gonna pick up an easy Aegis cheese. And now the Aghanim Scepters will be coming out. Did he actually buy one yet? No, he's got 4,000.
He's ready to go. There we have it, indeed. Roche is down. TNC.
They're trying to make a move right away. They still have 20 seconds until the puck respawns. They're trying to get a pick off to keep LFY 1 man down. So next big item pickups for TNC will be the Lotus Orbs to deal with the Sunder whenever Monet is able to get that off. And we already see Samh grab one up. I think Tim's had one in his quick buy as well. He does. And I think I saw Jakiro as well with one, but no, okay, he took whatever item he had as quick buy out. The Lotus Orbs, of course, super useful versus Sunder to reflect that. Negate the heal.
So they get anything with a smoke. Looks like it is just a smoke and back off.
And now everybody's up. They wanted to try to take advantage of when somebody was dead.
Cuckoo with his Arcane Rune at this stage, going to put an extra bit of a speed boost to his farming potential.
Yep.
As he still sits comfortably, of course, at the top. Inflame, though, very much, he is getting a lot on this Nature's Prophet. He's halfway through level 24, nearly at the 25. Very close to having a full-out Miona himself as well.
His damage is still very high. Never can sleep on Nature's Prophet.
Super.
TNC starting to move in.
Yeah, they are looking towards Super here on this top lane. The upgraded bots allowing Cuckoo to come in on top of 1437. Super's in the tree line. We'll see if they can find him. Shivas won't quite catch him in the area. And he is out in the trees. They do not have any sort of cancel or vision to hold him back. But on the side of it all, Samh does get the stun onto Inflame.
He wants to BKB TP, but Tims is starting to make him closer. Is he able to get the net off in time?
It's going to be close.
So. It's going to be close, but
yeah, not quite there. Inflame will keep himself alive.
Second BKB usage.
And this is definitely turning out to be quite the game that we hoped it to be. Both sides really giving it their all here on the main stage. 23-15, 5K lead for TNC. But definitely a game that could still swing both ways around, as we can see there. You know, one fight and a sharp drop-off for one of the sides.
Yeah. Aghanim is almost finished up. He starts bringing it out to pick up the point booster. Giving it to Raven also doesn't just make it so that he's more farmed, of course, which he's started to catch up heavily because of the fights, but then they actually have better siege to kill towers with that Aghanim's upgrade. Which is really just the Alchemist who can start hitting towers at this moment.
Ooh,
until
that
then.
illusion nearly took down that Aghanim's delivery there. They will still get it over safely. And Cuckoo, where's it going?
It actually goes to Tims.
It goes to Tims. I mean, he did pull off a brilliant sleep play. I think you have to reward that. And as you know, as we're saying, the heal, it is incredibly substantial.
And it's Tims.
It's Tims. If you're going to trust anyone to get the sleep off at the clutch moment to give you that 70% health regen, I mean, it's just essentially, it's a second life for your whole team if it's timed right. And yeah. Tims certainly playing at the top of his game here in this first game of the series. We can expect some big plays to happen with that. Definitely, no, this is something as well that Tims, he can make his name even bigger with this.
Lane.
We don't see a lot of Aghanims. Nagasiren plays bottom lane though indeed. 1437 jump to bottom, does manage to
get the cheese
out. And now look for the turnaround. Super will use up to dodge the Gotcha, but they still find the connection. Has the phase shift. Will be able to blink out of this, and indeed down to the bottom. Can they actually catch him out? He's in the trees with the orb. He's fine, just a little too slippery.
Cheese
still
force.
Very hard to catch this puck, no doubt about it.
Cheese forced, reactions forced as well. Now they go back to the other side of the map, pushing the lanes.
And it's going to be a little harder to do as well for LFY for Super if they see 1437 out on his own, because he now does have a Yule Scepter himself.
Now they've got level 25 Nature's Prophet. Oh, he actually misclicks his BKB.
Oh.
Just testing to see if it works, right?
We didn't see that on the mainstream fold.
He's just testing it. That's right, that's the way it works.
See if we can do mid.
Monet.
Raven, finding Monet here. Cuckoo's going to charge up the concoction. We'll throw it out. BKB comes out straight away. Monet, no messing around. Knows that he has to save himself. Can't leave open any opportunity for him to be caught out like that.
Doesn't even risk trying to go for the man to dodge. Just all out goes for the BKB. So 45 minutes in, we've got double catapult waves coming in. We've got double ruins, of course, too. So start playing a favor.
Here's bottom lane. Tim's bringing in Cuckoo. They are going to try and set up with the sleep. They managed to find him. Do they have the connection? The concoction's going to come out earlier, but now with the backup of Zamage, Super's actually trying to TP in to save this. The silence and green comes through, but Inflame just melts, disappears immediately. Super down deep in the trees will be fine, but this is 90 seconds where they don't have to worry about that Inflame Nature's Prophet being out on the map. TNC can definitely give it a good shot, trying to force out that buyback. Mid lane though, 1437 being gone upon, has the self-fuels, but with 3 heroes surrounding him, very little chance of him getting home alive, as 1437 will be gone.
Yeah,
but straight away, it's, you know, TNC is down bottom, they're fine with this attention being drawn towards mid.
Aegis gets reclaimed.
What can they do to stop this? Metamorphosis is popped. Starting to beat into Cuckoo.
They're getting pincered on though here in the back.
Oh, they are. This wraparound coming through. TP out straight away. No, he cancels it. Wants to try and find this Cuckoo and help his teammates. They get the silence out to the Night Stalker. Super bringing them away. Has a haste run as well, Money. Forcing himself forward, trying to close the gap.
They really want to catch something here with this Metamorphosis.
Oh, that dodge of the concoction. Very nice. Super is not going to jump forward though.
They're unable to get anything. So Meta now will be down for the next engagement.
Yeah, TNC.
They're already resetting. They're trying to get in there while that meta goes down.
Yeah, this is the perfect time. With those last few seconds of Metamorphosis, if they can get that jump. And Cuckoo's being spotted out again by the illusions being spread out from Monet.
LFY knows.
How much can TNC do with that Metamorphosis down? They are still without 1437. Only 10 seconds until Inflame is back as well.
They really want to be able to kill Tims in these fights, but with the Guardian Greaves and how innately tanky Naga is, it's really hard to just remove all the silences and always able to get that sleep off, so it's super threatening.
We've got the next Aghanim's coming out as well from Cuckoo. This one, it is going to go the way. Who's he giving it to? It does go the way of Raven, as you expected, yeah.
Those are the 2 more important ones. I mean, Sankings is also super important, but letting Raven get that surge of gold is important because he's still not he's not where he ideally really would want to be as a Raven.
Super. Don't really have any sort of instant lockdown though, so Super is fine. He'll jump back up.
Inflame is not there. Inflame is now pushing in top and pushing in middle.
Yeah, really nice use of these Terrorblade illusions to keep all lanes pushed out away from LFY's base. TNC, they really need to, they've got to back up, they've got to try and push one of their waves up with and protect it against this illusion spam from LFY that's coming out from Monet, to make sure that they have a chance of actually doing damage to the barracks of LFY.
Cuckoo has enough for that. Aghanim's almost with Ags and buyback for that final one. Then he can start giving moon shards and eating moon shards himself.
I mean, don't forget the Jakira Ags as well. Yeah. That does a hefty bit in the fights.
It's more about high ground defense for that one at least. But yeah,
sure,
it could be.
It's the last on the list.
Yeah, it could be massive.
MKB now out for Monet, so he is really going to be packing a punch. It's getting to the point where it may even be impossible for TNC to think about taking a fight when he has Metamorphosis up. He definitely has the potential to kill the Alchemist.
And almost level 25, so he gets that extra stats that push him forward, unless he chooses for the Sunder cooldown. But
let's see what we've got here. TNC, I'm ready to push forward. Raven trying to build up his damage from the illusion. From Inflame, we'll have the Sprout. Still teasing around, no one yet to commit anything heavy.
God, Reflection is such a strong spell. Every time they walk up with the Alchemist, the Reflection starts to do a crazy amount of damage.
Straight out, look with the blood form. Cuckoo has to Manta and get himself forced out immediately. Dreamcore's dropped down, only connects onto Raven. There's the Songo. Tims making sure that the side is safe.
They have to retreat.
They will. I mean, again, it's the same thing. Metamorphosis is out. TNC say, all right, we'll back off. We'll try and use the next thing. But of course, LFY, they really want to fight with this. They come through with Inflame, post the BKB, but he's netted up, held back, silences out. Onto the
Cuckoo suns himself.
Guardian who grieves himself out. Forward, trying to get Cuckoo out of there. Super jumping in. Cuckoo's still alive for the time being. Arfu trying to chase him down. They've got the Reflection. It's not quite enough to kill Cuckoo. He will survive. Grave comes out from DDC to try and save Arfu, but he ticks out to the fire from 1437. So all in all, LFY that wants to lose one of these, and now TNC is ready to go back in. They know that the Metamorphosis is falling down. They get the burrow strike connection. Super will jump in with the silence.
Monet has a buyback.
There's the Grave, looking for the Sunder, but the Lotus off. He doesn't get the Sunder. The Lotus play is there. TNC, they break down the Terrorblade. What a clutch Lotus off. And TNC, they're not done yet. They've got a vision on DDC in the trees. They'll take down the Dazzle as well. And now they're ready to go to the high ground. Buyback from DDC. Arfu.
It's backdoor though. Already LFY is addressing the issue that there's no buyback on Terrorblade.
But look at the damage. The ults as well. The Aghanim's ultimate from Raven. They'll clean up this bottom lane of Rax. Maybe even more. They're looking towards mid. Inflame heavy with the split push pressure right down the middle lane. They don't have the creeps. They now don't have the ultimate anymore from Raven, but still, they're slowly but surely doing it down this middle lane. Inflame, he's committing to that middle, wants to try and find something in return. He's onto the tier 3. No, there's the jump ball. The Dream Call goes through, cancelling Sam's TP out. There's no way for Sam to get back. He's going to be going back in a coffin. He's out for 80 seconds. Super trying to play with the rest of them, allowing Inflame to get the job done down the middle lane.
He's still going down on that Rax too.
They've got Sam H and 1437 back at base, looking to hold. Inflame pops the BKB, looking for the TP out. They don't have enough damage to go through it, so he gets away with it.
They gotta kill the catapults. Yeah, they gotta kill the catapults.
That melee Rax falling low, but as we saw, they've got to be aware of the split push still mid lane, playing around with Cuckoo. They won't go in for the kill though. The backup's not quite there. So at the end of the day, the job is certainly done by TNC. They get the full bottom lane of Rax. Mid lane is held onto though, and Inflame doing everything he can to slow down TNC.
Super clutch plays coming out from everybody on TNC. That Lotus Orb, like you said, reflecting that Sunder. Turning the fight around completely.
Everyone absolutely playing to their best ability here. This is quite the show between these two sides. There's another Aghanims.
The final eggs. And, oh, you know, just another casual 6,000 gold, of course.
There goes into Sam H's pocket. Solar Press now as well for Tims. Speed up that Roche potential if they want to go for it. Still very hard for TNC to really walk straight into the pit and try and take it. Mid lane, jump forward with the silence. See if they can try and get a wraparound already. Arfu towards the left, but he's actually going to get caught out by that Axe Burrow Strike. Samage with the range, but the Ice Path's not quite there. Get himself over the tree line. TNC, they don't really want to go up to the high ground here. Bit of an awkward place for them to fight in. So they're back off. The weave's on them as well.
Yeah, 4-man weave.
Inflame again, keeping this pressure on top lane, being shoved in. I mean, this is crazy, really. We've seen how much of a free game Cuckoo has. We're 52 minutes in. Inflame's only 7,000 behind him. That just goes to show how farmed this Nature's Prophet is.
He's got 520 CS, so 10 CS a minute on that Nature's Prophet. Has to address the issues of the split push, always. Yeah, always has to be pushing those lanes out. Nightstalker actually now has the, Apu has the Aghanim Scepter finished up, so they can actually take the fights easier, because now they have the vision advantage in them. And I think Super also, I believe, hit level 25 for that GBM talent. Yeah, so full Hex now finished up and buyback. The Hex can be super significant to isolate that Alchemist, because that last fight was super close to him dropping down, but they were able to turn it around. Just the 4-staff defensive play from TNC was incredibly well done.
He's going to find Arfu on the side of it all. Will flap himself away, trying to escape the concoction. Connects Burrow Strike as well. Gray from DDC comes out. Can they do anything in return? Money trying to go for
Tims is trying to sleep, but get Hex.
Hex him up. He can't quite get the sleep off. He's taken down. TNC have lost 2. Super jumping in. Cuckoo's armor falling low because of the weave. Money coming forward. Inflame team in front. They found 3. They're looking for Raven. He's up in the air, but they surround the Razor. Raven down as well. LFY making the hold here in their own jungle. And now Raven and Tims without buyback. Inflame already in position in the middle lane, trying to push down. 1437 buys back in. They do have the Alchemist, so still good amounts of deep push.
Super's Hex so clutch in that fight right there. Not allowing Tims to get the sleep off, and then the MKB and the weaves just started kicking in. Now they're going into the Roche pit. Meta is still active for about 10 more seconds or 15 more seconds, and they should be able to bring this Roche down. But yeah, he gets the Hex, and within 15 to 20 seconds makes almost a game-winning play out of it.
Absolutely.
That swing is almost 10,000 gold now going for LFY.
And we saw that as well. I believe that the Lotus Orb was already on the target, but he just goes for it anyway. He says it's all right if I self-hex. We need to get that target locked down.
That's the thing. They do only have that one Lotus Orb. They don't have several ones. That's what we were addressing a little bit. Several Lotus Orbs is the way to go versus Terrorblade especially. And now that there's a Hex, we're probably going to see them address that issue by picking up more of those. But here we see the Hex comes out as the Lotus Orb comes out.
Oh, and actually,
he has a Lincoln.
He has the Lincoln, so he doesn't care about the Lotus. Indeed, the Lincoln still blocking that return. So indeed, perfect build from Super. I mean, if they had got that song off, it would have been an incredibly different story there.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
How many buybacks was that? That was 2. So we have the Alchemist buyback and the Jakiro buyback there. Now they're scared. Now this is where TNC is in a position where they don't... It's just that super... Like, if Alchemist dies, they just lose the game.
Yeah.
So he actually buy a full BKB here just in case to be defensive. And they can't really leave their base now, which gives LFY a huge opportunity to farm the whole map, which they're not really needing too much anymore. They're all kind of hitting their critical mass point. But it is that double runes that we were mentioning. That could be the crucial thing they need. Maybe they find a clutch double damage, as it is bottom, or an arcane rune, something along those lines that can help them for those type of fights. And we actually did see Monet went for the Sunder cooldown.
Okay.
I'm a big fan of, because it's that 10-second cooldown can be so absurd in those fights, especially when you're playing with Dazzle. I think that's one of the
You're always
going
to have the chance to get that second life off, unless you're getting mass silence down and such. But yeah, with the BKB and the Manta,
like if you get graved,
there should be the chance.
Yeah, if you get graved and you get your Sunder off right at the start of the grave, then you have only 5 seconds where the grave wears off, where you have a secondary Sunder. So I think that's one of the instances you just want to go
TNC
for.
with the smoke up, but Super's there with an invis. He knows what's going on. Get the Hex up immediately.
5-bet coil!
Oh, and the coil onto all 5! Inflame up with the high ground. Tim's gets the ultimate off. It's starting to regen the backup. The regen doing work as they're brought back up to full HP. Now the turnaround with the Ice Path. They've got the lockdown. Inflame, no BKB now, but Monet is tag teamed in. The Grave coming out rather early, but it's allowing Monet to go ham. Looks towards Raven. Raven, can he keep himself alive? There's the buyback from Inflame. He's looking to come in for the finisher. They've taken down the safety. Inflame, can he find Kuka? The sprout from Inflame, forcing him to take the long way round, buying time for Monet to force himself forward. Cuckoo's still slowed down by the Skadi, but he does get just enough far away. Can they turn back into this? They're looking for Monet. Concoction's out, will connect. Ice Bath off the back, but now with the ultimate from 40-37 is bringing the Terrorblade down low. Not quite enough to finish him off though. LFY, do they really want to go in for this push? Inflame straight up on the top, making sure pressure's kept in on all sides of the map.
Meta's down. They got to reset. Wait for that to come back online. Did DDC misclick the grave there? Is that what I'd seen? I think
went very early.
He graved Monet, I believe, there, instead of the Nature's Prophet, who was dying. So I think that was a slight misclick there coming out from DDC in that last engagement. And it forces Inflame to buy back. So now there's that thing for TNC, where if they kill the Nature's Prophet, it can be a very good access point for them. But
absolutely,
the rest of LFY does have buyback, and he's not as crucial as, let's say, the TNC's Alchemist.
Oh, look at this, though. Smoke up immediately.
Well, this is not going to be expected at all.
LFY, yeah, TNC, they're just hanging outside the base here. This is very scary. Tims does have the song. He needs to use it. Hex comes out. There's the Dream Bomb. There's the song. Comes through. Monet pops the BKB. Roots out, but he mantas it off. Back up to full health again. The Axon doing work now. The turn. Ice Path out onto the Terrorblade. DDC is there with the backup available. They'll force Monet back. There's the grave. Sunder keeps Monet alive. Cuckoo forced back up to the high ground. LFY, and they do still do this. There's the disarm onto Inflame. Held back. TNC still keeping LFY away from the barracks. 10 seconds until Sam H is back in. So again, despite Monet and DDC's play, it's enough to keep them alive, but it's not enough to get the kills on TNC and actually break this mid lane.
They tried to go for a very cute play there that no one would expect. Meta's down, you're expecting LFY to completely back off. Tried to get a nice kill off of it, but unable to with Tim's positioning over there on the right side. So still, same thing. They need to find a way to isolate Tims, get that Hex on him so that he's unable to get those sleeps off.
These sleeps have been absolutely massive from Tims.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect positioning.
Money racking up on Super. Definitely Consults, let's get the moonshot out. There's already the moonshot on Monet. Does he give one to Inflame? Not one yet given to Inflame. Could be next on his shopping list. From the puck. Eyes no, it's the refresher. He goes all in. I mean, to be fair, we have seen these big Dream Coils and Waning Rifts and the Hex. If he can get this all out twice, it's going to be incredible. And Super, to be fair, you know, the panel said, and I joked about it at the start, seeing him in on the puck, but he has had an incredible game. 10, 4, and 12. And these late game plays and decisions that he has made,
he's been getting super clutch silences in the back. And we saw, what, 2 or 3 4-man, 5-man coils, and then the sleeps following up. If the sleep wasn't there, those fights are absolutely won for LFY. And now, yeah, he has double hex too, so he can choose a little bit better. And if the Lotus Orb does remove the hex, then he can refresh and go for it again after he uses all of his other equipment and spells, of course.
LFY still very much ready to try and do something. Metamorphosis is back and available.
Many of the heroes approaching their level 25.
TNC's coming up, they're raining on the high ground here. There's the jump in. Super gets immediately in with the hex. Onto Tim's, removed by the Lotus Orb. Falls back, but he's stunned. He can't get off the song. And the
coil stun. I think I'm
get the stun up in time. He's trying to see. No, he can't. That's Tim's down 80 seconds. They've lost 40-37 as well. TNC and down 3. Savage coming in with the epic burrow strike. Is it enough to get the kill in return? Looking for Monet. Raven's stolen a lot of damage here, but Monet's dead. Monet gets the kill. They're moving on to the mid lane of Rex. Razor will buy back. So will Sam H.
There's no creeps.
But there's no backup for the rest of the 3 of them. They're trying to fight against this backdoor regen. They should slowly but surely be able to get at least one of the racks.
They're going to have to clip it and heal it up.
Are they going to be able to hold this? Sam H, him in the burrow.
They've got a minute,
them down.
A minute 20 for Alchemist buyback.
And LFY knows they've got to try and get the kills on the side. Inflame does TP in immediately with the Sandstorm. Sam H gets away. There's your fortification.
And now the glyph is gone. Or now the backdoor protection's gone. The creeps have gone.
And Inflame's back in immediately, looking to finish off this mid lane of Rax. They're looking to potentially go for the game. They get the hex in time.
They're going tier 4s. They're going for the game.
They're going for the finisher. 30 seconds until the Naga's back. Maybe could look for a sleep play to slow things down. But the speed that LFY are moving in means that it may be too long. 20 seconds, no Naga. They're onto the base. LFY looking to close up game 1 here. No way, by the looks of it, the TNC could slow this one down, despite their best attempts. And indeed, GG is cool.
Wow, LFY what a game.
Game 1.
Holy crap.
What a start to this series.
What a back and forth game, though. Incredible plays coming out from TNC with their coming to their 4 stabs, to their sleeps, of course, to the setups with the Jakiro Ice Path, Macro Pyre combos with Sanking. Everything going super well for TNC, but LFY coming in clutch at the end. Afu and Inflame carrying super hard in that early to mid game, and then Super coming in clutch with that Hex at the end.
The Hex plays from Super at the end, absolutely incredible. And just, again, this sort of coordination we've expected from LFY as a team. Giving DDC the dazzle, you're going to have troubles. And we saw time and time again those last few sieges as well. DDC enabling Monet, enabling Inflame. And Inflame, such bold plays as well, consistently TPing on the other side of the team, coming in from behind them, and they just didn't expect it.
They found so many pickoffs in the mid game with that Night Stalker, Nature's Prophet. They played super good to let Monet get back online. That was incredibly impressive because of such a deficit that they're playing at for the first like 20 minutes pretty much. This Alchemist is just raining chaos all over the place, but able to get some map control coming out, and they take it away.
Yeah, just the right amounts of pressure as well being put on from LFY at the end. You know, getting these openings, making sure the buybacks aren't there for TNC, and coming in with that hard-hitting finishing push. What a game 1, ladies and gentlemen. Myself and Fob, we'll see you soon for game 2. But for now, back to Day 9 and the boys to hear what they have to say about that 61-minute spectacle.
Thank you, OD Fog. What a game. At 60 minutes into the game, there was less than a 3K net worth difference between the two teams. It was hard fought, and frankly, the closest game of the tournament thus far.
For sure, and I think it just comes down to what Peter said in the beginning, that their cores from TNC just wasn't good against the TB. They had Alchemist and they had Razor, and none of them is really good, like super late game against TB.
Razor was pretty underwhelming. He worked really well in lane when Terrorblade was mostly fighting in melee form, but as soon as Terrorblade got a couple items, got the Manta online, started, you know, popping off meta in fights and spawning illusions, Razor just really didn't have a place.
I still thought TNC were going to win, though. They had that great execution in the team fights with the sleep.
Super's puck was a hero
questionable
he hasn't played a lot this tournament.
minutes.
It started off slow, but I thought towards the end of the series, or towards the end of that match, he really started to pick it up, and he made some really great plays.
Yeah, the incredible dream coils. I mean, especially in mid, he got just solo killed by an Alchemist.
Yeah, I'm sure he was he was making some aggressive play. You know, we would have been like, oh my God, Super, if he killed the Alchemist. It just, it didn't work out.
And I got to give a huge shout out to Afu on the Night Stalker for again and again and again getting, he had 100% kill participation for the first 16 kills.
4 players are the stars of this tournament.
Yeah.
It's been like that for quite some time now, that the 4 position is so important for a team to actually work.
Yep.
Yeah, the 4 position, most often the position that is roaming around trying to make plays, not staying in lane. Talking a little bit about the early game, we got Purge here, who specifically, I understand, Sand King was of great interest to you in the early game.
Yeah, Sand he wasn't the 4 position, but we have seen a lot of Sand Kings played in the 4 position. The way that they ended up doing their lanes was very smart from TNC. They were clearly the ones that were doing abnormal matchups with the aggro try, as well as the 1v1s in the other lanes. And we really did see a lot of the value. Razor was good against Terrorblade at the laning stage, as well as with their 2 supports. It worked out really nicely. They forced a Grave from Dazzle. So as a whole, it felt like TNC was putting pressure on and allowed the other lanes to actually be 1v1s. But the player I really want to talk about is Sam H, because his early rotations here ended up at least trading kills. So even though Alchemist did die in some of these engagements, I thought he was really instrumental towards making sure that they at least stay caught up and that their aggro try is not completely for a full loss. And I was very surprised how much damage he did. And it really comes back to the map. He was in a 1v1 situation against the Nature's Prophet, normally a 4 position, or in a rare case, maybe a solo off lane. So because he had all of these early levels, it really helped him have bigger impacts in these early parts of the game. And this is maybe the most crucial areas at the 8 to 12 minute mark. That's usually when the carries leave their safe lane. He was always staying top and doing so to ensure that his team was able to split push off on the bot lane. If we take a look down here, you can just kind of see they're just always pushing the bot lane out. Sam H is dodging the ganks, making sure that he doesn't end up going down. And because of this, in all of these engagements, he's putting himself in danger. He's split pushing a little bit and forcing 4 heroes to spend time trying to kill him. And these clips are all in a period of around 8 minutes to about 12:30. And yeah, he does end up dying at the end here, but the same kind of principle shows. If you, again, look at the tier 2 tower, his team ends up trading a tier 2 tower for his own tier 1, which is really not a bad trade at all. So I really liked what he did between the 8 and 12 minute mark. Really gave his team a lot of space and helped them stay even despite the early pressure.
I mean, it was that sort of pressure that I actually think Naga was able to begin putting pressure on the tier 3 tower at close to 15 minutes into the game. I mean, the number of times that TNC just continued to get close to that tier 3 tower again and again, but amazingly LFY did not even let the bottom racks fall.
I really would have wanted to see they use the Naga more for a team fight and not just to run away, because a lot of the times before the 40-minute mark, he used the sleep to just get away instead of poking them a bit, and then when they group up, sleep, and then as they did in the 40-minute fight, they sleep 4 of them in a line. They put all of the twin spells and everything, and they just kill everyone. But I think they could have done that earlier.
Their fights were very focused on them kiting the Terrorblade out, and whenever that puck coil came out, that was a controlled situation where Terrorblade could pump in some damage, and that's when they were using that sleep to counter-initiate. So it would have been nice to see them set up fights and start that way, but I'm not sure if they really had another choice. I don't think they had an opportunity to fight that Terrorblade head-on because they didn't have enough AoE to deal with all the illusions.
For sure.
Yeah, especially once Terrorblade got the level 25 talent and was in the position to be able to use Sunder every 10 seconds, especially in that long last siege. We saw Terrorblade constantly gobbling up the fresh Alchemist health to stay alive.
Terrorblade Dazzle is a nice combination. We've seen it, I think we've seen it a couple times this tournament, but that combo's been around ever since Terrorblade got introduced into the game.
And the fights that were really long, too. We started to stack up, and the 6th item on Alchemist was Mjolnir instead of AC. Pretty a common pickup, or atypical pickup, but he needed it. He needed AoE versus Terrorblade, but then he didn't have enough armor, and he actually just died a lot of the time.
The Dazzle weave had a huge impact in this game. Dazzle's a hero we've seen a little bit of. OG played it yesterday, but in this ultra late game scenario, that weave is king.
Yeah, especially the fact that the weave was able to pop off so early in the fights that Alchemist, I mean, I was shocked at how much he was getting chunked down.
The fights lasted for a long time, so tons of positive
armor.
Took
up so much space on the map.
Yeah, tons of negative armor on that Alchemist, making him pretty simple to kill for Terrorblade.
And I gotta say, this is the sort of match that people get hyped about for TI. Of course, LFY still living up to their high win rate at the tournament, but TNC showing that they're a contender, as we've currently seen the closest first game yet. Let's go ahead and head on over to Casey and Slacks to get their thought on the series.
Hello!
Hello!
Hello! Let's just do that for 20 minutes and see if it bugs anyone. So we're here with a lot of cool people behind us. Yeah! Hey, what have you guys thought about the International so far?
Awesome! Amazing!
What did you think of the opening ceremony?
Opening ceremony! Oh, yeah!
We had a lot of fun filming that little sketch that you saw.
Yeah, we did.
Didn't you?
Yeah, but everybody makes mistakes, you know. We had a few missteps. I mean, sometimes you don't say your lines. Sometimes you draw a giant cannon on live TV. Everybody messes up.
Wow, dude.
But funniest part, though, are sometimes the outtakes. And we have assembled some of our best outtakes and someone else as well. So hope you enjoy.
01, 05, take one.
Whoa, whoa, sorry. That was way too.
You just go just a smidge more with your left. Yeah, just out a little bit.
Oh,
5 minutes to curtain.
spit it out. How long?
5 minutes to curtain.
Okay, new guy.
Thank you. How about you come and get me a coffee?
Okay, all right. Okay, why don't we just hide these?
Oh, God, please, not Gavin.
Everybody's either going to hate us or...
Sweet Gavin.
What is this?
It's all something I've been working on. I'm so sorry I hit her with the freaking headset.
We don't have a couple of minutes.
We won't, just shut up, all right?
All right.
Even my grandfather.
That's too much.
Okay. Even he called me donkey boy.
Okay. I can't see.
You're so bony.
Ow! What did I just hit?
Nothing, those are my nuts. I'm a man.
Get rolled with the fever on the dance floor. Step to the side. You gotta rap with time. My clothes are falling off.
Yeah, mine too.
What's he doing here?
Maybe he could help us. Shut up. It's the shopkeeper.
I know who he is, dumbass.
Damn it, I'm sorry.
It's the shopkeeper.
I can grant you the might to overpower evil.
Okay, well, I just got hit because he didn't protect me.
Good.
Why don't you shut your mouth
Why don't
when
you
I'm
get
talking
your
to you?
head chopped off, all right?
Can you tell him to stop making a terrible face?
I'm making a sexy face. One cracker each, please.
Yeah, one cracker each. You sneezing? What was that?
Nothing. One cracker each.
Yeah, one cracker each.
Jake, are you looking into the camera lens?
I am. I forgot.
Would you guys mind terribly if I kept it at we like being stupid? I kind of like that we're kind of a team now.
I should know my way around this place, but it's weird. I mean, I'm not supposed to be in here with you, okay?
What?
This is Dota, stupid. Anything could happen.
If you call me stupid one more time.
Do not flick my crystal! Wait a minute. That's a courier.
Touch me again and die. To the key! Watch out, jackass!
Hey!
What a good sport. What a good sport. Such a good sport, that stagehand. And he never came back. I don't know what happened.
I love Gabe so much. That's sorry. Every time I watch it, I have to laugh at that last part.
He's the best part.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Oh, and you too. You were great.
Oh, you were great, Casey.
No, you were great.
You know, you were so good at this. You were so great.
We've had about
We're great.
enough of this. All right. Did you? Are you?
What?
Are you ready?
Yeah. What? What are we doing?
Are you ready to talk to your fans?
Oh, gross. All right. Hello, fans.
Hello.
Hello. How was that game?
Raise the obelisk.
Yes. Good stuff. Wonderful.
What did you guys think of that last game? Amazing, right? How do you think the next one's gonna go? Who?
TNC's gonna win.
TNC. Whoa. Whoa.
Showdown number 2.
Oh. If TNC loses, is OG versus TNC again, though?
Yeah.
I mean, all right.
Wow, rough crowd. Rough crowd.
Mm.
We're gonna send it back to you guys before things get really crazy.
Thank you. I gotta say, I love the outtakes almost as much as I like the final edited piece. I just wish they would have shown him flying on the courier. I want to see that next year. Get the real donkey to fly. Yes, a literal flying donkey. The technology is there. Looks like the teams are headed back out, and out in the galley, we see that the fans are rooting for TNC. And I gotta say, there were some favorites that didn't perform up to the skill level that we expected. TNC is a different story. They were so neck and neck with LFY that entire game.
They could have won the game for sure. They even had a point where we thought that they actually won.
Yep.
When they got a couple of kills and were heading for their base, but they just couldn't manage to finish it.
We got ready to come out, and then we sat back down again, and the game just continued to go on. And it was like so close. It wasn't, you know, sometimes in the typical Alchemist game fashion where it's, well, is he going to be able to get to his farm early enough? Yes or no. It winds up being that binary. A lot of times you don't see Alchemist games that just kind of stay that close for that long, with Oggs just continuing to get fed to his teammates.
Oggs. That was great.
Oggs.
I've never heard it like that.
Yeah, of course. I don't say rather, I say rather. Therefore, Oggonyms.
Yeah, it was good. TNC won a lot of fans over last year, and you can see that support here in the crowd today. They're bringing in some great games. I'm pretty sure everybody just wants a game 3, though.
Oh, yeah.
But when it comes to like Alchemist, I think they did an okay job of kind of keeping up. They were able to hold high ground, which was really important. But Alchemist became like, he had so much net worth, and the Razor and the Sand King cores, they really just weren't able to support him in the way they needed to win that game. It was just Alchemist versus the world.
They needed to end the game earlier. I think Inflame did a really good job of delaying the game to get to the point where they did need to win that game. Also, I think that whole game 1 draft was kind of targeted at Super and kind of saying, okay, what else can you play besides Medusa, Death Prophet, and Dragon Knight? And you talked about the DK being a block pick, and they kind of put him at a test, and Super did deliver. So now we may see TNC take a different strategy for game number 2.
I want to ask about the Razor pick, because I know that that's consistently been the one hero that seemed a little bit suspect as the game went on. Is there an alternative pick that you'd like to see, or just a general mindset shift away from that type of hero?
I think they had a very kind of structured strategy coming into this. I think 1437's a really clever captain and a really smart drafter. So what he did was he banned the Medusa, he banned the Death Prophet, and he said, hey, take Dragon Knight, I'll pick this Razor, and if you try to, if you try to lane a Dragon Knight there, I'll take advantage of that lane matchup. And I think that was maybe, Razor should have been a reactionary pick rather than just assuming that LFY would go for Dragon Knight. I think they're too smart and too talented of a team to make that mistake. So that was a little bit of a...
It's not just downside of not wanting to show the last pick, because they needed to pick something for 4th, and they probably don't want to pick the Alchemist there, because then they give the opponent...
Last pick Alchemist was a... Yeah. We saw TNC almost took it with that. It's a strong last pick.
And in terms of, the Dragon Knight style push composition, we've talked before about how LFY was ending games very, very quickly in group stages, but that really showed a very strong long-term late game. I mean, what is it about LFY that was so exceptional in those later periods of the game?
Ben was talking about how they were able to delay the game and defend their high ground and extend the game long enough for all 3 of their cores to find farm, whereas the Alchemist was kind of the only person farming on TNC's side. So once they kind of got to like 5 or 6 item slots, they were actually able to fight against the Alchemist and compete in a team fight.
Your first thing that you really want to do is to either shut down the Alchemist to make sure that he doesn't reach that point with the Radiance so quick. Yeah. But if he actually does that, then you should avoid fighting him as much as possible and just make sure that you get the farm on the other 3 heroes, which they did. So it was Prophet, Puck, and which other hero was it that they had? The Terrorblade. Yeah. So both of those 3 were after the Alchemist, before the other heroes came out.
At a certain point, Alchemist is always going to find his farm. It's almost like playing against an anti-mage. Anti-mage is going to farm. That's what he does. So you just need to try and keep up as best you can.
There were also some periods in the mid-game where we saw TNC just losing 1 hero at a time, just pick-offs continued to happen. Do you think that was one of the big periods where they lost their momentum in the game? I mean, Ake, I remember you were talking a bit about that.
Yeah, it comes down to the Night Stalker being able to run around and catch people, basically. And they also have the Prophet and Terrorblade who's split pushing a lot, so it's very hard for TNC to actually find a team fight that they want to take. So that's why they got picked off, I think. They tried to push their limits to get out of the map and try to take a team fight.
Certainly gave some space for Alchemist to farm, but it wasn't quite enough. And at this point, teams have let us know that they are ready for game number 2. It's going to be LFY currently leading 1-0 against TNC. Will TNC make the comeback and tie it up, or will LFY close it out? Let's find out.
LFY versus TNC Pro Team. Game 2.
Talk a little bit more about that Night Stalker Furion opening from LFY. The more I think about it, the more I like it. They're able to split push while also reducing the vision of TNC, which made them feel like they needed to spread out and handle the lanes. But when they spread out, that's when Night Stalker used his vision advantage to find some opportune kills.
Oh, that's a great point, yeah. Almost encouraging them to have to respond in the way where Night Stalker would be strong.
Exactly. It's, you know, hey, which, you know, are you going to let us split push all day, or are you going to try and combat us?
TNC starts off right away saying, you know what, Night Stalker was a pain in the ass last game, insta-Bat Rider, and oh, I love a Faceless Void in any game.
This is a good combo to start with, as we've been talking about before. Void really lacks damage in the chrono, and A can really help him with that throughout the whole map.
LFY picking up some combinations. I think that Night Stalker Furion is something that we need to look out from them in the future, and now Void A being an alternate opener for them. Void is a hero that actually lanes pretty decently against Bat Rider compared to most. He's got the leap to get away, and also you can use time dilation if you skill it early enough in lane to stop Bat Rider from stacking the sticky napalms on top of you.
Also good Lincoln's carrier. We see Naga openers a lot. I think we've seen 3 Nagas in the first phase, but however, it hasn't been versus Faceless Void. And I think this is really where the hero does shine, is counter-initiating against the Chronosphere.
I think we've seen it once, and yeah, it was super good that game, so I can really see it work this game as well. He just needs to stay behind and make sure that he can get the sleep off whenever Void uses his ultimate.
And Faceless Void we've seen run in the 1 position, in the hard carry position for several teams. Do you think that this is more of how he's balanced around, or do you think that he's still a perfectly capable offlaner in the current meta?
We saw Empire Resolution played. I think that Void can be one of the hardest carries in the game in the late game due to his bash mechanics and his large agility game. But he's a very versatile hero, which makes him a great first pick in the first phase. So I think you just have to wait and see where the game goes and decide whether or not you really want to put Void in that 1 position. I think it fits Resolution's style more as a player for him to play that as a 1. He generally plays these incredibly hard carries, more so than other 1 position players.
Yeah. In terms of the bans, we see increasingly the same consistent set of 5 heroes, just never to be seen upon the main stage. Nyx Assassin, Lich, Night Stalker, Earthshaker, and Bat Rider very frequently banned. We will see Bat Rider this game. Phantom Lancer also chucked out by LFY.
Yeah, TNC really, we saw at the end of that last game, LFY was focusing on bursting down the Naga before that sleep came out. So banning out the Shaker is going to prevent him from being bursted. You know, protecting your Naga so that way you can always get off to sleep and set you guys up for the fight is what they will want.
In this draft from LFY, I don't really think it has a good potential to end the game in 15 or 20. So TNC, I don't think have to worry about some super heavy push like they did have to last game with the Furion opener. TNC can go for something a little bit slower. I think something like Tinker that Cuckoo has played is pretty good versus this type of lineup. You want a Blink hero that can get out, and a lot of his counters are already taken out of the pool. Night Stalker,
TNC has played Tinker this tournament, right?
Yeah.
It's one of the heroes they do like. I like the idea of them focusing more on the split push style and having vision from the Naga illusions spread out throughout the map, have some Firefly vision as well to keep track of this Void. Being able to find Void and either stay away from him or be prepared for that Chronosphere coming in, you know, having your Naga in the opportune position to sleep after that Chronosphere is going to be a huge key for them.
Yeah. And of course, for anyone listening at home, Furion is an alternative name for Nature's Prophet. Those are the same heroes.
Yeah, sorry, we got some Dota 1
Oh yes,
here.
so yeah, same way that Wisp is another name for Io, and of course when I first started playing Nature's Prophet, people were saying, "Who's this idiot Fur?" And I was like, "Well, that's not my name, so I'm totally in the clear. I don't know who the idiot Fur is, but probably a tough guy to have on the team."
Got the counter to Bat here now. Kunkka with his X mark.
Yes.
Your teammate gets lassoed, you X your teammate and slurp him right back out of that lasso.
What's the range on X marks the spot and Naga sleep? Can you, is it like?
Naga's 1,000, 1,400, 1,800 on the radius. Kunkka, I'm not exactly sure.
If you get an Aether Lens on Kunkka, can you X people while they're TPing from sleep?
I think
Very
so.
likely.
Yeah. Even without, maybe?
Yeah, even without, I think you can. At least a level 1.
Oracle is a hero that TNC has been picking a lot, and most of the times they've been picking it with Sven, so it's not like other teams who usually picks it as a counter to Bat Rider or the Beastmaster ultimate. They pick it with a carry that a melee carry that really wants to run around and hit people. So they like using the ultimate more in a way to make sure that their carry can hit people.
There's that Furion again.
I'm not so sure if I like Sven here though, because they have Void. It's okay, I guess, to burst him down, but
Oracle pick is weird for me. Generally, we see Oracle, he matches up pretty well. We've seen Alchemist, even like Huskar back in the day, and there's an Ancient Apparition in the first two. And of course, Oracle can make his teammates magic immune, so they don't have to deal with that Ancient Apparition blast, but they also can't heal during that.
I think a lot of teams like it versus the Kunkka as a X.
Oh, it's really great against Kunkka.
It's great against that initiation.
You make your teammate totally immune to whatever's happening to him.
But not so great perhaps versus the other ones. Nature's Prophet not picked very often versus Bat Rider. I think Nature's Prophet struggles to get a lot of farm when there's a Bat in the game.
Just because the Bat Rider can pounce in and lasso him back when he's attempting to split push?
Yes. It was pretty terrifying back when Flame Break also canceled TPs. It's still a problem.
Also, once you finally get a hold of that Furion, he doesn't really have a lot of great tools to escape. He's a very immobile hero. So if the Bat Rider gets on top of him with the Firefly, he's most likely going to go down.
And, you know, I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to how to think of Oracle, because he's one of those heroes where you read the abilities, and it's hard to even know how the hell he operates, let alone what his function is in the team.
He's a very defensive support. He's there to stand behind his teammates and make sure just protect everybody, whether it's through his ultimate or through his magic immunity spell, which I have no idea what the name is. Oracle, not one of my specialties.
Fate's Edict. He's also very offensive too, surprisingly.
He can be, yeah. In the hands of the right player.
I think it's one of the hardest supports to play because it's a really fine line between saving an opponent and killing him, and to save an ally or kill your ally as well. So it's super hard to know exactly when to use the spells.
So when the Sand King pick, it pushes Naga to position 1. I don't know, you don't like it that much.
You think so?
I think so. I
Could
mean,
be. Well, at this point, all four of these can operate as supports, and it seems like Naga Siren is one of the few that can operate also as a long-term core.
I think it has to be a 1 here.
Naga Core. I do like Naga Core against. I like Naga Core against Void, but I'm just concerned that I generally like the support Naga because he's focused on one thing, which is casting sleep during that Chronosphere and protecting his teammates. Oftentimes, when you're playing a core Naga, you want to be in there fighting, so he's very susceptible to actually being in that Chronosphere. Himself.
I think also it leaves him vulnerable to getting pushed down early. Even though they have a Faceless Void, they can easily push it to, I don't know, just push with it with an early Vlad's, a change up of a build that we've commonly seen.
It's not really the best here with Oracle as well, I would say. Like, it's not that you will ult in the Naga and then he will like run in and just...
it's not that it's bad, there's just not a lot of synergy.
Yeah.
Sand King, however, picked again for TNC. This is a hero that they matched up last game versus Nature's Prophet, and Sam H had a really great early game and had a huge impact throughout the entire game.
We probably won't see an aggro try this game though with Naga and Oracle, I guess. They could though against the Void.
Yeah, Naga's a pretty solid aggro tri-laner actually.
For sure.
And at this point, we also see the Huskar and Alchemist banned out. Huskar, traditional.
Wow.
Oh, yes.
Here it comes.
Oh my goodness, Broodmother.
Whoa.
So this has got to be Naga Siren in the safe lane and Broodmother in the mid lane. So there's going to be just a lot of pushing from TNC to give space to Naga until Naga can come online.
Yeah, we'll probably aggro try, as we spoke a little bit about with Naga against the Void, because they again have the Sand King against the Nature's Prophet, which really worked well the last game.
So is it going to be support Bat or support?
That's
Oracle Sand King, I think.
Oracle Sand King supports.
So then maybe
Naga mid perhaps.
Well, they have to come up with a superhero really quickly. They can deal with Broodmother. The old counter was Bristleback.
Axe.
Sounds like a superhero.
Tidehunter.
Well, we've seen Broodmother played in mid lane from Matumba Man previously in the tournament and just stomped almost every matchup.
I like Tidehunter, man. I'm not a big fan of Tidehunter at all, but it could work with our Bristleback. It is.
Bristleback.
He lanes really well.
I guess the Brood can go offlane as well, because the Void is very bad against him. Cookie is taking it though, so it's gonna be mid, right?
Yeah.
Wow, and super mid on Bristleback. An interesting lineup. Very excited to see Naga Siren that is traditionally played in support in this tournament taking the position 1. Casters, take us to game 2.
Thank you very much, Day9. And what a setup we have here for this game 2. We had an incredible game 1 for game 2. TNC switching things up a little bit. We're having a core Naga come out.
Yeah.
And this final pick, the Broodmother, it is instantly responded to by the Bristle that Peter mentioned, does have its strengths. What are we thinking overall?
I was just confused when I'm watching TNC's draft just because how many curveballs they're throwing in, but they did address a lot of the aspects here. The Oracle pick versus the Kunkka is amazing. Probably one of the best. You counteract literally everything that comes out there. They get the Sand King matchup versus the Nature's Prophet as well, and then they get their Broodmother pick. But now it's Broodmother versus Bristle. It's a bit different. I'm not too crazy about TNC's draft overall.
Okay.
I think they're going to struggle a lot to really take any fights versus LFY. And I've seen Inflame on this Nature's Prophet over and over again, what he can actually do, how much he can dismantle lanes. So I'm personally liking what LFY's got and how much they can actually team fight with, and the fact that they actually have like physical damage to force it. The only physical damage from TNC at all, really, is the Broodmother to push those buildings.
I mean, as I said, you know, mentioning that mid lane and mentioning this Broodmother, how bad is it for Cuckoo that there's a Bristle there? I mean, is Cuckoo still going to do fine in lane, or could he get totally beaten out of the lane in this matchup?
It's a hard lane. It's a really good matchup for Bristleback. You always farm. They both kind of trade farm versus each other, but you have to watch your position of the Quills. And Broodmother, ideally, you want to be able to have kill potential on the enemy mid laner, and you just don't versus Bristle, unless you have like some rotations coming.
Well, we'll see how TNC react to this, whether they want to send an extra bit of help towards that mid lane, or if they do sort of go for the lane swap. But I feel like the lane swap's very unlikely, really, with Cuckoo already on that Brood, already heading towards the mid.
So also for the panel, because they were talking about this interaction between Kunkka and Sleep. The Sleep goes from 1,000 to 1,200 to 1,400, I believe it is, when I was looking at it before. And the X is only 1,000. So if you get an Aether Lens, you can actually X through 2 levels of it. But it's
very much on the edge.
It's borderline on the edge of the level 2 one. So it can happen, but that's about it.
Let's see what we have going on here. See if we have any sort of early smokes and rotations during this rune spawning, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. It's both sides seemingly securing their own. It is, by the looks of it, going to be that laning that Ake sort of mentioned on the panel, the aggressive tri-lane from TNC. They've sent Raven down towards the bottom lane.
And they're putting the Bat mid versus the Bristle and putting Nature's Prophet, or the Broodmother versus the Nature's Prophet. So that's a little bit better overall. Brood will at least have a very good matchup here, and I don't think that LFY is going to expect this one coming out. They see them that mid, and now they see the Bat.
Okay, they made the move. We'll see how LFY do respond.
Bristle can do fine in this too, though. You just get a magic stick brought out, and you can farm perfectly fine. Both of them probably will do exactly that, bring out wands, and we'll have some trade farm. Super just has to watch how many sticky stacks early on until he ggets a couple points in that Bristle back, so he doesn't have to worry about the dive.
Yeah, so all in all, with this switch around towards the mid and the top and having this aggro try, it certainly feels like this is TNC getting the lanes that they want coming into this matchup.
Yeah, I'd say TNC win the lanes a little bit here, just because that, aggro. And Kunkka, AA, not really the best heroes in a try versus try, unless they can find people on the sides. Once they get some levels, sure, they're super strong, but they need that for certain. Once they have the Chilling Touch, once they have Cold Feet combo with X, then they have high kill threat. So if TNC can punish the first 2 waves, it's perfect, but once it gets, first 2 levels, it's perfect, but afterwards, they have to be super careful of their positioning versus this Kunkka and AA. Lots of damage coming out from the AA Chilling Touch.
Yeah, and a Stray Torrent setting up for the Cold Feet to kick in could certainly result in a kill. First try there onto Arfu. Well, to set up with the root and the hole coming through from 1437.
Exactly what they
bring
need
this
to do.
man down really low. Arfu tries to throw the torrent to block it, but Raven jukes it out, going in for the kill.
Oh, they get the first blood on Monet.
Yeah, he gets it first.
That's what they need to do, though. TNC needs to try to make that blow happen right at level 1, but
that must have been fractions of a second that Monet got that in time. But he did indeed that extra 100 or so bonus down to the first blood. Very much welcomed here on this safe lane for LFY.
Yeah. And I don't know, I'm pretty in fear of TNC keeping that tri-lane down there now, to be quite honest with you. If they expended a lot of their resources, they used a lot of regen, they used a lot of their mana as well, and they're playing into a first blood, a Void who just got first blood. So he gets that surge of gold, he's able to pick up his wand, or pick up his stick, and he already has 6 stick charges. It's going to be very hard to threaten this Void. They can kill the supports, but actually testing the Void's farm is very difficult for them.
Looking at the other lanes as well, we have a slight edge in the mid lane here for Sam H. But I guess it's about a 5 assist, about a wave or such ahead of the Bristleback. So making use of this slightly favoured advantage, but as you say, the wand is out onto Super, has 10 stick charges. Very unlikely for this Bristle to die in this matchup, just to be kept a little behind when it comes to CS. And on the top lane as well, in Flame, slight edge for him as well. We saw them fighting around with sentries down and such, but the quicker D ward was out from Cuckoo.
The nice thing is he can always just TP out because there's no stun from the Broodmother, but Brood can overwhelm at one point with too many Spiderlings, and you have to play pretty fearful on the Nature's Prophet. I don't really see this matchup happen too often. It's been a very long time since I see a Nature's Prophet versus Brood.
Bottom lane again. Blue Town to Arfu, just holding him at bay though. Trying to bring Monet down low. Does still have the salve, 8 stick charges still being saved up on the Void. So very hard really for any of the games, any of the lanes to get the kills early on. So everyone has potential to turn, potential to hit back.
I'd say after the first blood, I mean, LFY is leading quite a decent margin. They're not really slowing down the Void, which is what they're trying to.
There we go again. They are going to make the jump in onto DDC, getting nuked down low by the Purifying Flames. Raven picks up the kill. Monet has jumped forward. He's looking for 1437. A bash would do it. So in a time walk under the tower will secure the finisher. Raven punished this. It doesn't look like Ian will have to let it go. So again, just the 1-for-1 trade.
Flame TP's in though, and they're actually making the lane adjustment. They don't feel like Bristle wants to be versus the bat at this point. They want to put the Fury on mid, perhaps, or Nature's Prophet mid. I'm going to say Fury a lot, just putting that out there.
And Super up towards the top lane. And this is going to mean no space for Sam. But actually, Cuckoo...
They're moving the lanes.
Yeah, they're moving it in response. TNC wanting to make sure that they can keep tabs on Super's Bristle by having the bat against him rather than this Broodmother. See what the call is from LFY if they want to make the move again. But TNC just doing their best to keep a step ahead in terms of the lane matchups.
I love when these kind of lane swaps happen. I hope another one happens. I like when we just see people like TPing back and forth and everyone's like following around. It just looks fun.
It becomes very chaotic between the sides. Yeah. Farm for both the safe laners, Raven.
He's still farming on the Naga at least.
Him and Monet on the same track at the moment. Pretty much equal in experience and CS. Both getting what they came for down in this bottom lane, which maybe is not as good of a sign for TNC. Perhaps they were expecting to be able to slow down this Void a little bit more than they are. But at the moment, as it has been, Monet, he's got himself involved in 2 kills.
And he's got Treads Orb of Venom. He's perfectly fine with what's going on here. They're making a committed play onto here, but Inflame is keeping into the back for TNC.
Yeah, they're going to look to try and turn it. LFY Sprout out, but immediately
the blocks.
Trying to make that cold feet proc, but can't quite get enough of the block stop. But we saw how close it was there. If they are able to achieve that sort of a play.
And how much damage comes out. Like as soon as Inflame TPs, you see DDC throws the Chilling Touch on him for that bonus damage. So now it's 5 minutes in. If Inflame wants to, he can try to siege a bit with this Catapult Wave, but he doesn't want to split the 4-way experience. Wants to be efficient with his resources.
And they move Cuckoo down here as well. You know, wherever the pressure is, they try and get the Broodmother in that lane to sort of slow it down.
They might be able to get Super here mid. He's pretty far out, and they have Lasso on Sam H.
Yeah, they've certainly got their reposition. He's already got 2 stacks upon him. There's the drag back. At the same time, Cuckoo actually gets a solo kill by the looks of it down on the Kunkka as well. Gets the action done, so kill in the mid lane, a freebie for Cuckoo down bottom. I'm not quite sure how he got away with that, with still with the AA and the Void in the neighborhood, but must have just overwhelmed him with the spiders, as you talked about.
They don't really have good ways to deal with the Brood besides the Bristle still at this point. Early levels, these Spiderlings, AA and Kunkka are super susceptible to dying to them just if they step out of position. And now he's level 6, so the spiders are starting to add up, and the damage is pretty absurd versus these low armor heroes like the AA.
Sam H just on the search to see if there's any sort of stacks being created for LFY. He'll get his eyes onto DDC though. In fact, with the Raven Naga being in the neighborhood, they could go for this one. Money's going to try and come in to slow them down. The Torrent will connect.
With the Nature's Prophet ult.
And that's going to bring him down. The Nature's Wrath doing huge amounts. DDC actually ends up surviving as he gets himself away. They'll try and trap Raven with the Sprout, but he cuts himself out. So nice turnaround there from LFY. And again, Cuckoo says, you want to go to that lane? I'll come to that lane as well. This spooky spider trying to do his best to instill himself in the nightmares of LFY.
Perfect by Inflame though, like that's why we see him decide not to go for that tower pressure, right? He goes to the jungle so he can make sure he gets that level 6 at a very early time to get involved with that Wrath of Nature. Because the damage on it early on, it's very unexpected. People always forget about that Nature's Prophet ultimate bouncing around right around that 7-minute or 6-minute period. Tims, they've pretty much parked him now toward that top lane for the time being to farm, while everybody else is kind of making the moves around the map. Apu wants to punish though. The Dust is online with the sentries, gets the Torrent connection too.
Does still have the Burrow Strike. As long as he can save it until after the X-Mark bring back, he may have a chance here. Holds onto it, there he goes.
He's TPing out.
And he should make it. No way without the Torrent and the X-Mark to hold him back. So nice little play there to get Tim's out of it.
But they force him completely out of the lane, and that lead gives Inflame a completely free one. And yeah, Senking's not farming during that.
And Cuckoo's moving again. I mean, he made the move all the way towards the mid lane. Now he's back down towards the bottom. He's going to look to put some pressure on Monet. Has still got a fair amount of spiders.
It's scary. Like, honestly, Cuckoo's making a lot of moves around. He can get a kill and stuff, but his net worth is starting to suffer because of how much he has to move around. It's only 2,800 net worth. Of course, it's the same as the Nature's Prophet, but this was the last pick Brood. You know, this is supposed to be like last pick Brood. This is the game winner, and it's not really having that effect so far in the laning phase.
Top lane. Tim's towards farming up that blink. We are going to see the setup there by the Torrent.
They've got Wrath of Nature this time, and they know the TP is still on cooldown for
Still
Tims.
a tricky one to catch.
Yeah.
Arfu, he did have the X mark, but of course wouldn't have had the secondary Torrent to combo it with.
Scared to dive. Diving under towers, their damage isn't really that great, so they got to just wait it out, find a better opportunity for that one. But yeah, LFY going out of the laning phase, their team fight is way stronger than TNC. TNC wants to split up the map and get pickoffs and have the Broodmother kind of dominate the lane while the rest of them fight elsewhere and use the Naga Sleep to avoid those fights. But it's very hard for them to avoid fights with the momentum that LFY will be gaining once they've got the Vanguard on the Bristle to force buildings.
Sam H just seeing what he can do here, has found himself a double stack.
Oh, convenient. Probably.
Clear it up. I mean, this is going to put him very close to that Blink Dagger. 1,600 at the moment. It's going to get them large camp as well by the looks of it.
The Dream Creeps, the Ancient Prowlers, are so amazing for Batrider and like Shadow Fiend, like these heroes that farm with magic damage. And getting an Arcane Rune, he's going to have Firefly up again in no time to be able to continue that. And like you said, yeah, Blink going to be at a very good time. So they can maybe play around that one and try to get some pickoffs onto the Nature's Prophet or the Void. The Bristle's starting to get pretty tanky though.
Arfu up top, looking to set up, does get the X mark into the Torrent, onto Tim's. He will go for the Sandstorm, but the dust is out. Presence of Inflame at DDC. And more than enough damage there with the Chilling Touch to claim Tim's life.
Monet just wants to have no business with a Broodmother. Moves out of that bottom lane, starting to become overwhelming with the amount of spiders. And Kuko's going to be able to pressure that tower quite a lot. He's actually going to kill this bottom tower super quickly with that Brood. And now maybe they try to make a move with the Chrono, but they want to instead do their own pressure at the same time. How's our levels looking on supports? We're 4 and 4 on Oracle and Kunkka, and Senking AA are both level 5. So they're doing, as expected, the Tome is now online for the 10-minute mark for those 6s.
Super trying to farm out some of the spiders here, but don't quite get the finishing Quill Spray Splurt to do so. Room alive, mid lane, Monet, manning up onto 1437, not quite finding the bashes though. Does have this Chrono, if he sees a chance to finish off a kill. And Inflame with the drums, definitely a pickup that can help enable the Void. You know, get that Chrono, get the Natures in, pop the drums charge.
It's just such a good item on Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. Right, making a bit of a try here, but
actually forced the Chrono out.
And with the disarm, can they actually keep Cuckoo alive? Looks like they can. Very nicely done. The Chrono baited out, and TNC lose nothing.
2 minutes, no Chrono. But what can they make of it? They have to use the Batrider Lasso. He's going to have Blink Dagger soon. They can try to make a play around that one.
Super trying to keep control of Sam H down at this bottom lane. Super still at the top of the net worth. Not moving in. Sam H does need help. In fact, Super's going to be the one to tell. Inflame TP's in. Firefly's not enough to get Sam H out of there. Can TNC punish LFY for diving this deep? That's the question.
Bristle's very tanky.
He's with this Vanguard and with this Cloak. He's not an easy takedown, and he's got the presence of Arfu. They're making their way back out. 1437's there, but LFY, they have the numbers. They're just going to look towards the Oracle, try and make a go. He has got the Shrine Heal. Raven coming in with the sleep. But TNC, can they really actually
do this?
They've got to sleep and get out. They cannot fight LFY around this bristle, around this point. Indeed, they just have to leave it be, and if anything, potentially let LFY take this tower. They've got Sam H coming back in. Was it they could do anything about this, get some sort of a grab? They have the route onto the bristle. He's the hardest target to go on. They are going to try and make
They've got the X.
as they drag back, but indeed, Arfu breaks it with the X, meaning the Tim's 10% are not quite in range. Now they get back in, but Tim, he's going to pop. This is Bristleback getting to his full potential. The false promise.
Beautiful, but
very nicely done by 1437, and with the heal, that should be enough to keep Tim's alive. Very clutch save there from the Oracle. They do bring down Super, that big old kill. That's given the money for Sam to finish off the Blink Dagger. Very nicely done there.
Defending that tower too, that early tier 1.
Maybe see if they can get anything straight off the back of it. Looking towards Arfu. See, oh, DDC, got a bit of a spider problem.
Oh, the Centaur stun. Hits Cuckoo. Trying to help out DDC.
Tim's there as well. Maybe they could look to try and catching out Mono in the mid lane. He is in the webs.
They have a lot of burst.
They are going to try and close it in. At the same time, bottom lane Sama, he did get the kill on Arfu, so they get the kill top. They get the pick off bottom. Now Super sort of on his own here. He's stuck in the Firefly. Same time, a lot of quill spray stacks building up onto the members of TNC, so they have to be careful. Raven will hold back the Bristle with the net. And he will continue to be chased. I mean, Super knows that there's no shrine here, as it's already been used. He's going to dive in for this one.
He's straight committing. Inflame's still not TPing in.
3 quill spray stacks on Raven. I don't know, can 1437 save this? He hasn't quite got false promise, I don't think. He's got the Fate's Edict and the Purifying Flames, trying to heal him back up. And maybe Super's now overstepped the mark. He gets flame broken back. Stick charges you use, Purifying Flames, nuking him down low. But 1437 didn't quite have the mana to purge it back off, so Super's only going to get healed up from this. Cuckoo coming in with the rotation, the boat in onto the spiders, it's not going to connect. Monet does find the chrono onto Cuckoo, the bash there as well. They'll bring down Brood as well.
Those are huge kills there. Super just with no fear whatsoever. He knows his team is going to be coming for the backup eventually. And this is the problem we're talking about. Yeah. This Bristleback with the Vanguard, he's building toward the hood as well to deal with that heavy magic damage that TNC does have. And then after that, there is really limited chances for him to kill this Bristle.
Yeah, the damage certainly lacking from TNC at this stage of the game in comparison to what you need to have a chance of bringing down a Bristle. Inside, Tims playing around with DDC. LFY relatively low. DDC may just get taken down here, in fact. He's going to throw back an Ice Blast. But
the Sun actually goes up the mark.
He misses the Burrow Strike, and for that, Tims is paying with his life. The cold feet kicks in. DDC is the one to take the kill.
And they want to keep going.
They're looking for the blind torrent, won't quite get it. Jump forward for Samich with the lasso into the Purifying Flames. They get Arfu in return. But now, Super, he's got a hook complete. This Bristle is going to be a massive issue, especially considering the way that LFY are playing, grouping up as a team, or even just, letting Super enter the fights, hang around for 10 seconds, waiting for the backup. There's just very little chance that TNC can actually kill Super at this stage of the game.
They're trying to make, they're trying to fight and make space as much as possible for Raven. He is getting closer and closer toward that Radiance, 3,400 gold. So that's going to help a bit, but he's still very squishy and they're still very susceptible to the team fight of LFY.
Seen the build as well from Cuckoo this game is the he's going phase straight into the Solar Crest, right?
That's the build we saw Matu doing, yeah. Just the sheer damage that you can do with the Spiderlings. You can not only increase your farm rate, it gives you mana regen. It's just a really good item choice.
I mean, absolutely. If he gets himself on either Arfu or TDC, very little they can do to give him a life. I mean, we're going to see him make a bit of a go now. Just ready with the Medallion and the Spiders, bringing Arfu down very quickly.
Reluctant to commit, though.
Yeah, a little scared about fighting around this tier 1 tower towards the mid lane. At the moment, members of LFY closer towards that top tier 2. Trying to see if they can get the push on there. Monet. The timing is going to be on the chrono. Yes, back up in 3 seconds. So they want to try and do something with this Faceless Void. As the Mask of Madness, the build from him by the looks of it, going to be straight into the Maelstrom. And then the Lincolnsville. And they'll go for this here. Pushing in on the top lane. Again, another very tricky hold for TNC to even try and attempt against this Chronosphere. So by the looks of it, they will just let it go. But this is scary now. LFY 16 minutes in, really getting some traction, taking these objectives. And TNC not finding towers in return. Definitely the biggest trade-off being the fact they're getting farmed.
Oh, they actually...
Well, the Nago now. Yeah, Arfu whiffing the combo there. Looks like he went for the blind torrent boat. Didn't quite have the X-Mark backup to make the play in terms of control. But yeah, this is the thing. TNC all in all, the trade is that they are getting this farm on Raven. He has got that relic. He's halfway through the recipe gold. They're going to make an attempt on Super, but I don't know if they get away with this. They're going in with the tanky. They cannot kill this man. Backup is there now in the form of Arfu in Flame, and they're just going to look to turn. The dust is out onto Tims. He's sprouted up. Can't get himself out of this one. He's got the Burrow Strike. Super continue to move forward. A couple of Quill Sprays will do it. No, just the one actually. Super bursts him down.
That's their lasso and their epicenter committal to. That's their big team fight / pickoff heroes, and they barely even drop him below half-life.
Definitely a mistake for TNC to try and make that play. They can't afford to do that, especially that close to a tier 2 tower.
And making these mistakes is super crucial. Like these mistakes is what costs you the game. Their Nature's Prophet is able to claim a tier 2. The Void is just farming in all the meanwhile. They need to get kills in with those type of double ult middles. Super now, looking for Sam H, actually forces him just to TP out bottom.
Cuckoo again, hands on to Monet.
You see the itemization coming out from LFY.
Monet just goes for them, jumps in. Absolutely no messing around, and with the Ice Blast coming through as well as the big old shark, there's no hope for Cuckoo. And TNC may be losing their cool a little bit here as LFY are getting some very easy pickoffs.
Still only a slight lead for them, but still LFY is looking really strong with their 5-man.
There is that Radiance though. So it's all about how much TNC can rely on the core Naga Siren to pull them through this game.
Bottom lane looks like they're going for Sam H here. With the Wrath of Nature, the X-Play coming out, Sam H deep trouble here.
Again, it's combo from Arfu.
And it's going to lead into a tower as well.
Maybe even more with Inflame in the neighborhood.
Yeah, maybe they go for 2 here. They could. There is a sleep that is still up though, so maybe they're a little bit afraid of that because they don't have Chrono. But they want to at least threaten a bit for some reaction.
Link Dagger now picked up by Tins, so they do have that extra potential to jump in and maybe even jump around Super, get to the back lines. As Super at the moment is not the target you want to be going on.
Well, look how far back they are. They're already prepared. The Illusion is kind of scouting out the AA, so they're trying to commit here for it. Maybe they can force all the TPs and try to isolate Super, but no, it's getting too far away at this point now. So yeah, look how the 3 cores on the side of LFY, they're all itemizing for being these late game kind of carry heroes. We see Nature's Prophet went for the Shadow Blade, going for the Orchid. We see the Void, we already mentioned that one. Mask of Madness into Linken's Maelstrom. He's the 1 Void, of course. And then we see Super. Got the Radiance queued up. Yep. That's going to be the big one to kind of match.
Top lane, they do manage to find one, and they have the Epicenter on the lasso, but he's still going to get the chance to walk out.
That's twice now the lasso on Epicenter.
It's not enough to take down TNC's cores. It really isn't.
Or Alpha-wise, yeah.
It's going to be spotted out there again. They've got the X-Mark trap back. Actually,
doesn't miss. It doesn't hit again.
The timing there. Not quite there with the combo this time around, Arfu, and that is going to mean that Cuckoo gets away with his life intact. Did have 1437 in the neighborhood, so maybe even if they got the trap, he would have been there with a false promise save, but still.
Rare mistakes coming out from both Afu and from Tims this game.
How's Super doing towards his relic? Very close.
Very close.
Very close to having that done on this Bristol as well.
3K gold lead now going their way.
Definitely still with the edge of this game, and definitely still the issue being that we're seeing Super and Monet being attempted upon with these ganks, these takedowns, but
unable to get caught. That's pre-Lincoln's.
Can't quite do it.
That's pre-Lincoln's Void, and they can't even bring him down. When he's got Lincoln's, I don't see how they actually get him unless they've got like 3 or 4 hero committal.
Really is the problem here for TNC. They need time, they need space for Ravers.
LFY seems very content with this pace of the game too. They're not trying to like force too much action. Even when Chrono is up, they're not really trying to force anything to happen. They're just like, let it come to us. Let the kills naturally happen when TNC tries to go on the aggressive. Look where Monet's just been perched up. I think he's been up here for the last like 4 minutes just farming these creep waves and this enemy jungle.
I mean, yeah, this is crazy farm for him. 21 minutes, he nearly has that Lincoln's on top of the Mask of Madness. And as you said, with that as well, how do TNC even think about bringing down this Void?
They spot. They look like they know where Cuckoo is. They actually get the dust on him too. And the Blind Torrent.
Blind Torrent does connect this time round. The boat flying in with the X-Mark bring back. There's no escape for the Spider. LFY.
Apu's just warming up.
Plays like that. Definitely impressing. Top lane TNC. They are going to try for this. I mean, do they get away with it? I feel it's going to be hard. He drops the Chrono.
It actually gets the bat.
It does indeed. It stops the Bat Rider on the very tip of it. And I mean, it's enough to hold the back. But Monet turns. He time walked in aggressively there.
The Conquer Torrent actually.
Oh,
they actually get the courier from
as
Inflame
well.
again, just like last game. So they actually, a cool thing that LFY did is, you know, they're playing versus a Broodmother, so they actually defensively warded their high ground. I didn't really notice that one too.
I mean, look at this. Monet is just forcing this 3-man gank that came in for him all the way back to their base.
No fear.
Even without Chrono, just time walking towards them, terrifying TNC.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Radiance pretty much there for Super. 300 gold, and he has it. A lot of catching up that TNC needs to do. Raven nearly has the bots, but...
How do they kill this Bristle? How do they kill the Void? Both these two guys are super durable now, and they have the exact things that they need to deal with TNC's aggression. And with that Radiance, that's going to be their timing. Maybe they can just go into the Roche Pit with that from LFY. With the Chronosphere once it's back up.
TNC are trying to make a move again towards this mid lane. Inflame has a double damage as well. Just a few seconds left on it though. Doesn't look like he will get the chance to make use of it. TNC not quite jumping in. And Inflame up top. Wow. Sees Raven. Raven looks to get himself out of the tree line.
Damage with the instant TP and the sleep coming out.
I'm going to look to try and punish Inflame.
Do they ever reveal though? He's got a Shadow Blade. I don't think they ever reveal. He's gone.
Oh dear, oh dear. LFY.
But they seem to kind of know he's here. Okay, good. Gets the TP out. Bit scary, but not having Dust, not having anyone, not having either of those heroes with the reveal picked up there.
Not feeling like the TNC that we saw in game 1.
No, definitely not. And he's had the Shadow Blade for quite a long time, so.
Maybe it's the draft, maybe it's just the flow of the game. I mean, LFY themselves, this decision to have Super on the Bristle has definitely worked out massively. Monet up top.
They know Raven's got no sleep top
too. Get this Chrono there with the Sprout cut down. That should buy time for Monet to close the gap, and indeed drops the Chrono. Ice Blast coming in. They do have a false promise. Do they have the heal to offset it though? He's still going to have that debuff on him, so he can't quite heal all the way up. We'll see if he pops. I think he may be safe, yeah, with that Fate's Edict blocking the magic damage. Raven will be kept alive. So they do manage to protect their Naga, which is, you know, TNC have to do everything in their power to make sure that Raven doesn't get bullied now, as he really is their only hope of having this strong core that can take them to the later portions of the game.
Looking for the Torrent again. He gets the dust off now, and Kuku looks to be in a lot of trouble.
The X-Mark into the boat. LFY, Monet, Super, Inflame surrounding the Spider, taking another down. 5k gold lead now for LFY.
TNC are smoked up. They were looking to try to get on the aggressive play here instantly when the Chrono was down, but just slightly too late. They're trying to position now around Raven, but in goes LFY into that Roche pit, and there is no way that TNC can contest this one. They are drawing the lines though, but it's going to die way too fast.
It's a completed Orchid on Inflame as well. And indeed, the Roshan's going to be gone. LFY claim the Aegis into the hands of Super. I mean, we've already seen how they struggle to kill him once. Killing him twice, definitely an impossible affair that TNC are going to be forced to try and tackle somehow once LFY start pushing down the lanes.
LFY plays super well around the Nature's Prophet. Just the way that he split pushes and always helps them like take fights on their own accord. It's amazing. Like they always have 2 lanes pretty much pushed in, even though TNC does have good ways to kind of react for it. They have good heroes to kind of force the lanes out with the Naga and with the Sand King, but every time Sand King shows, they know that the gank's not happening, and then Inflame just goes back top and continues that push up. So it's really hard for TNC to find those opportunities. And also, they can't group up either because of the nature of their lineup. They have a Broodmother, they have a Naga Siren. They can't team fight versus LFY. They need to find number advantages in those instances.
Now making this long smoke movement up towards the top lane, trying to catch off Inflame. So if they get away with this, I mean, he's still got the Shadow Blade. Of course, to still TP his way out. They are getting close. Inflame is sticking around.
They've got reveal
they have got the reveal this time indeed. Jump forward with the dust, lasso. They'll hold him back. That's a very, very much needed kill here for TNC as they finally catch out the Nature's Prophet.
Heavy committal though. They commit 3 heroes up there with the smoke, and in the meanwhile, Bristleback's farming bottom, Void's farming mid. And speaking of which, LFY are also smoked up, looking for a play. We do have the Aether Lens as well picked up on Afu, so he does have that extra cast range for his spells. So he can cast the Torrent and the X. The Torrent, you can actually cancel majority of the...
Oh, Kuku, he is going to walk into the 3 of them there. He does do have the detection. They dust him up, and with the freeze connect, they will come with the Burrow Strike, but indeed the Lincoln Spear blocking the Burrow Strike. Monet will survive and still be able to get the kill. Now
lose a second.
Tim's saved there just in time by the false promise. 1437 trying to allow Tims to get out of there, but 1437 will pay with his life. Tims up to the high ground with the Burrow Strike.
Oh, 20 HP!
Survive.
Can't believe he survived there.
1437 making some very big plays. They do still have Chrono on Monet though. This is LFY killing 2, forcing these ultimates out, and still having potential to move in for more. Straight down to the bottom lane, they'll claim the tier 2.
He held the Chrono, that's the important thing, the whole time. Monet did have it.
Still got it. So if they find a chance to use it, I mean, still not too many reasons for LFY to hold back too much with this sort of pace that they're setting. Even still working his way towards the Manta style. I mean, all things said, you know, considering the pressure that LFY put on, Raven's still doing a great job in terms of finding the farm. You know, it's up there, we're pretty much on par with the cores, other than Super, who really is starting to break ahead, of course, with his own radiance. But Raven, he's not getting totally shut down.
No. The thing is that ideally when you're playing like this, oh, they actually able to find 1437 out of the base.
If there's any saving him, Mono's there. If anyone comes in with backup, he's got the chrono to spare, and he doesn't need it yet again. Just finding these pickoffs.
Such far range for them to find that catch with that Aether Lens Kunkka.
Still with that Aegis, they very well maybe looking to go Tiger Run again. Another catch from Arfu. X-Marked onto Sam. Just managed to force himself away from the Ice Blast.
Super doesn't care.
Diving indeed.
And the chrono.
Drops the chrono onto Raven. They've caught the Naga. Burst Strike comes in from Tims, trying to hold them back, but Raven's down
and
for 50 seconds. Diving in deep. Raven will buy back, but TNC losing hero after hero. Cuckoo comes in with his BKB. Trying to see if he can bring anyone down in return. 1437 is on his way back, but they're sticking around. They are getting rather low, Arfu and Super. Arfu turns straight towards the Oracle, cuts him down with his blade. Sleeps there from Raven. But of course, Super still has that Aegis. He may be low, but there's, by the looks of it, no chance they can even kill him down. Cuckoo's just turned up.
That might just be it here.
TNC losing 4, none of them with buyback available. We'll see if they hold on here for one more attempt. They are fairly short death timers.
They're just too incredibly durable, and the catch range from Afu is just way too far. They're able to chase always, and with this frontline bristleback, he just doesn't care because he has the lifesteal as well as Radiance, Hood, Vanguard. They're able to siege. First racks down, going for the secondary one. 30 seconds until Broodmother.
Oh, look at this. Afu goes back to base. Is the Mango delivery service he's picked up to. Has he got them still in his stash? I definitely saw him pick up a couple.
He used them right away to be.
Oh, he used them himself. Okay, no mangoes for anyone else. Just for him. Yeah, keeping himself topped up immediately, making sure they can stick around to finish the game. Ice Blast looking to connect onto Raven. False Promise a little early, but just to make sure they can save it. Tims jumps in with the FE. They do have the control of the ball. They bring Monet down.
Yeah, Monet.
That's a big kill, but Tims will pay with his life. Cuckoo's now back up. Samage trying to find DDC, but DDC has the hood. He can't even kill the AA. They will disarm the Bristle, but the Quill Spray stats continue to build up. They have managed to find AA. Cuckoo manning up towards Inflame. Doesn't quite get him as Inflame goes for the BKB TP out, turning his attention now towards Arfu. With the Solar Crest, they do have enough damage to find the Kunkka. So TNC do get kills, but again, it's costing them so much. They lose 3 heroes themselves. They keep the bottom melee racks alive.
Naga dieback.
Yep.
But they do keep them, at least they keep the melee racks alive, but
they're still in the game, but only just. And it really is, you know, LFY definitely with a sensation that they have to just rinse and repeat that push once more and go for it.
Yeah, TNC are in the game, but by most means are quite out of it. They can try to still keep on taking the fights, try to push these 2 side lanes out, but that five man, when LFY groups up and starts that ball up, it's just no way for TNC to really respond when all their ultimates are up. Monet now, Chronosphere is going to be up when he's alive. And that was everything. That was like the perfect scenario for TNC to get that jump. It's like Monet was like a little bit low on life, they break the Lincolns, and then they get the lasso epicenter, perfect follow-up with Cuckoo in the back lines. So it's like perfect case scenarios. Now they're able to claim, LFY able to claim some shrines, reset themselves, continue that aggression.
Oh, and Cuckoo is being hunted. Do they have the catch to get him? Dust is out upon him. He does have the BKB, will pop it straight away. No messing. Knows that he can't afford to be caught out outside the base as he'll head his way back up to the high ground. Same time up top, they've actually found him Flame, but he's immediately BKBs, TP's out.
And that was the lasso committal.
Now Samage could be in trouble. They look for the blind torrent. Samage will be able to force himself back to safety, and with the blink just out of range of the Shiva's guard, will get himself back home. Let's see, keeping everyone alive. Yeah, they're quite definitely ready to go down mid. They themselves with all the ultimates that they require. Chronosphere, Ice Blast, Nature's Wrath.
You see Tims and Raven are just desperate to push out those side lanes as far as possible.
Super is just forcing them back to the base. Raven going for the TP back to join the rest of them. Arfu is sort of spotted out here by Cuckoo on the side of it, but he's got to be careful. BKB not quite ready again for him. Had the spiders upon him, but LFY take the second melee racks down on this bottom lane. And they're jumping forward. Chrono at the ready. They'll look for the courier. They do get it. No, they don't. The
courier's alive.
Oh, the courier lives. Monet comes in with a chrono onto Cuckoo. Cuckoo is saved just in time by 1437 with a false promise. They have the song trying to get the spider out of there. It will work for now, but it looks like 1437 is going to pay off his life. He has the Glimmer Cape, but Super's got the vision with the sentry down on the floor. Moves in, takes down the Oracle. TNC being forced back. Raven trying to hold Super away from TNC. They get the connection. Torrents there onto Tim, sanking down as well. 2 down without buyback once again on TNC.
They're going for that last Rax now.
They can get DDC. Cuckoo turning towards him. Solar Crest down. Imposter BKB really wants this AA kill. Will get it. It is one down, but at the same time, Raven going for the TP out. He's actually going to make it back to base by the looks of it. They've got the lasso onto the Cuckoo, but the damage is too much from Super. The Quill spray is building up. Cuckoo down as well. GG is cool. And it looks like LFY were only warming up in game one. Game two, a very, very convincing victory there for the side of LGD Forever Young. 28-15, 33 minutes in, 22k net worth lead. And with the draft and the start to this game that TNC had, there never really was any hope of them bringing it back.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it was. LFY had just a super strong draft to deal with what TNC had. We've seen Naga carry a few times. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. It's definitely a little bit on the weaker side. You have to have a lot of way to make space for it. They also picked the Oracle a bit early without like some direct counter. It was great versus the Kunkka, but that's kind of it. The Chronosphere just was way too much of a problem. And Inflame on the Nature's Prophet.
Absolutely.
I think this is something you guys have to start banning versus these guys.
It really has got to be thought about in the first phase of drafting. It really does seem. And Super as well. Turning up, and this is a guy that everyone says, oh, he plays Dragon Knight, plays Death Prophet. Turning up game one, pulls out an incredible puck performance. Gets the bristle back, and again blows us away. Absolutely star-studded game for them all.
I just love how well they work with the Wrath of Nature. That's the big thing for me. It's like as soon as he hits level 6, they're always just already running at somebody, making that aggression happen. They always get like 1 or 2 kills as soon as Furion hits 6. So I would say that hero might be one of the ones to look out for LFY for future teams that are playing against him.
Absolutely. LFY able to therefore continue their run here in the upper bracket. TNC knocked down to the lower. Game one, TNC certainly gave it their all, but yeah, game two, definitely the LFY that we sort of expected to turn up off the back of the performances here at the group stages. This TI7, smiles all around. They'll be prepared to move on for more.
I mean, TNC had a great first game, so that's the one thing. They can't look at this and be like, man, we played really poorly. That's not the truth at all. They had an incredibly good start, and this one was just really difficult for them to do. So they tried their hardest, but yeah, LFY just one step ahead for sure.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to head back to apparently a bit of a change-up. We've apparently got Machine on the panel, so we'll head back to you, Alex.
Thank you so much. Yes, indeed, Owen. I'm hanging out here. They've taken me into the sun, and I have an opportunity to talk to some experts. In fact, I'm joined by a fresh face as well. Not only me, we have Misery joining us, alongside, of course, Ake and PPD. Guys, we get to be outside and we're video gamers. How are you feeling about this, Pia?
It's super nice out in Seattle right now. I'm happy to be outside finally.
It's lovely. There's there's a beautiful fountain. People are playing. We've got the game behind us. Fans get to kind of top up on their tan. And I heard that you have been topping up on your tan as well, actually. Word on the street, has you been a bit of a party animal? Where have you been up? What have you been up to? I saw pictures.
I just got in from Ibiza, actually, yesterday.
Why are you calling it Ibiza?
Ibiza.
Ibiza? Is it just the UK that does that?
Yeah, it's just the UK.
Okay.
That does that.
Okay.
Okay, I thought I pronounced the Z wrong, but no, it was like the whole.
Okay, what about Sweden? Do you have my back? Ibiza?
I was going to say Ibiza, but I'm not the best at English, so apparently I said melee instead of... No, I said melee instead of melee.
Oh, God. People get upset about the most ridiculous things. I am, however, not upset about that.
Very sorry about that. Very sorry.
Dude, I respect the bow tie. I respect it a lot. But we have got some Dota to talk about as well. Now, of course, LFY have taken the win, and they've kind of replicated the success that they had coming into the group stage. Now, Misery, how much of that group stage did you catch? I imagine you kind of just caught the tail end of it.
I started watching a bit, yeah. I mean, I didn't catch all the games, of course, but I followed through. But anyways.
TNC are going to be falling into that lower bracket now, okay? I mean, this was kind of the expectations you set in that pre-match with Shaw.
For sure, and now we're going to get the OG versus TNC game.
And I was trying to avoid it just for a moment, but I guess it's kind of is going to be the direct storyline from this, right, Peter?
I mean, that's what TI is all about, making storylines and us, hyping them up and making them interesting for everybody to watch.
So I think just before we do investigate that, because it is a wonderful story to tell, I think the question has to be simply, TNC going to the lower bracket, was it in the way in which you expected? Was there more resistance than perhaps anticipated, or was that just another day in the office for LFY?
I think 1437, like I was saying on the panel earlier, very clever, very smart drafter. He came into this series with some strategies in mind. Game 2 was a little weird for me, but Game 1 I really loved that last pick. Alchemist almost caught them off guard. However, like I've been saying, LFY is the team to beat at this tournament. I think they are fantastic, and I think they've got a really bright tournament ahead of them.
Okay, I mean, now, I'm interested. LFY, we've heard from Jack himself saying the Chinese scene underestimated them. We've heard from the panelists, you guys perhaps weren't expecting it. Even in the group stage, their result was unexpected. What about, you know, I mean, have you had a chance to play against this team in this form?
I didn't play against LFY. I played against Newbie quite recently, and I was surprised how patient they were. Like
For most of the teams from China, they are very patient and very hard to play against because, as Mr. said, even though you're up like 10k or even 20k, you never know if you actually won the game. They can do something crazy, like go around and smoke or just, I don't know.
We saw that one game that was like that 2-hour game with Empire and another Chinese
128
team.
minutes, yeah.
And it was actually whoever decided to push first was going to lose, and China was like, we'll do this all day. I'm just going to stay in the base. Empire pushed, they lost.
Yeah. Brutal. And I mean, we should stop talking about patience because poor Kevin has been waiting. I've got an urge for Purge. Let's check in with him to get a bit of a deeper breakdown.
Hey guys, how's it going? Hope it's nice in the sun. Still inside over here, unfortunately. But we can talk a little bit about the last game. Just some things to touch on. The Broodmother last pick was a bit of a nice change-up. Really lacking on AoE on LFY side. They're basically limited until they had Kunkka, especially with his ultimate, and as well as Super here with the Bristleback.